Chapter 2795. Wang Yu has also been in the main tower, replacing Gong Sun Bei as the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall. She's been working hard all these years. As for young Master Hao, we haven't seen him for a long time. The monkey-faced old man shook his head. You haven't seen him? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. Yes. Over the past few hundred years, he's been training in the endless ocean most of the time. The monkey-faced old man nodded. The endless ocean, the white-eyed wolf murmured, frowning. Could his training in the endless ocean have something to do with his father? His father? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Have you forgotten? His father was sealed in the endless sea, Yi Zichen said. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and nodded. That's a good thing. After the great battle, all the strong enemies were killed, but then 3 pieces of flesh were found under a pile of rocks. The owners of the 3 pieces of flesh were Zhuge Shenfeng, the Grand Tutor, and the Chief Tower Master. At that time, the inner demon suggested keeping them as stepping stones for the child Qin Haoyan. Later, after some discussion, everyone agreed to it. However, the Grand Tutor's piece of flesh was destroyed by them, leaving only the Chief Tower Master and Zhuge Shenfeng. At that time, Qin Yuan personally went to seal it. The location of the seal was the endless ocean of the Forgotten Continent and the reincarnation ocean of the Great Qin. Now, the white-eyed wolf was obviously suspicious. Was young Master Hao training in the endless ocean to save the Chief Tower Master? That doesn't matter. The seal was set up by Uncle Yuan. With young Master Hao's strength, he can't break the seal. However, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man. Has young Master Hao changed in the past few years? For example, in terms of personality. The other changes are not big, but he has become taciturn. Yi Shu said. That's for sure. After such a big change, it would be strange if he could still be as carefree as before. Qin Feiyang said. Furthermore, his hatred for you doesn't seem to have dissipated. Yi Shu said. Let him be. In any case, I don't have any killing intent towards him. Besides, the gap between us will only widen in the future. His opponent is no longer me, but my brothers and sisters. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man looked at each other and shook their heads. In this world, the only person who could say something like this was probably this kid. This was not because he was looking down on young Master Hao, but because he was absolutely confident and domineering. The two of them were no longer on the same level. Not to mention young Master Hao, even they could only look up to Qin Feiyang. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and asked, Is Wang Yu married? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. What was this damned wolf cub thinking about? No. The monkey-faced old man and Yi Shu glanced at Qin Feiyang and shook their heads at the white-eyed wolf. She's not married yet. The white-eyed wolf was surprised. There are a lot of people pursuing her over the years. Her grandfather, Wang Su, and her father have been urging her, but she has always been silent. We think she's probably not going to marry for the rest of her life. Yi Shu shook his head and sighed. In fact, Wang Yu was really a good girl. Whether it was her ability or her character, she was 1 in 100. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on people. Wang Yu is not wrong, and Wang Su is not wrong either. It's Wang Yuanshan's fault. If it weren't for Wang Yuanshan, maybe Wang Yu and I might really be together. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yes. At that time, you had already tried to accept her. And she had also given a lot to you. At that time, we all thought that you would definitely be together. But we didn't expect Wang Yuanshan to appear halfway. The white-eyed wolf said. This might be fate. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Fate was indeed a mysterious thing. Many things were always beyond one's expectations. They chatted along the way. The group stopped in front of a hall. Inside the hall, more than 20 people were sitting at the table, seemingly discussing something. This was the main tower's conference hall. Qin Feiyang secretly checked with his divine sense on the way, so he knew that Gongsun Bei and the others were now in the conference hall. The group stood outside and didn't make a sound. However, the people in the hall noticed Qin Feiyang and the others. Because the door wasn't closed. Sitting at the top was a man in white, about 27 or 28 years old, sitting upright in the chair, exuding a calm temperament. This person was Gongsun Bei. Below, the leader was a woman wearing a long black dress, her hair was tied up, giving off a cold aura. She was Wang Yu, Wang Zicheng, Raging Bull, Viper, the Spirit Empress, and the others were also there. Everyone had shed the frivolity of the past, becoming mature and steady, exuding the aura of a superior. Apart from these people, the rest were the upper echelons of the main tower. For example, the tower masters and peak masters. Among them, Qin Feiyang also saw two familiar faces, which were Wang Yu's parents. Because Wang Yu's parents used to be the peak master of Saint Peak and Sacred Tower Master. Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and the others outside the door, and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Then, he looked at the people present and smiled. That's all for today's meeting. Everyone nodded, immediately got up, and walked toward the door. Greetings, elders. Walking out of the door, everyone bowed to Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man. At the same time, they cast a puzzled look at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Like the other disciples, they found it a little unbelievable that Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man accompanied them. Who was this person? Then, we'll be leaving too. Wang Zicheng and the others also got up and looked at Gongsun Bei. Okay. Gongsun Bei nodded. You guys don't have to leave. Yi Shu walked into the hall and looked at them with a smile. Huh? Wang Zicheng and the others were stunned and looked at Yi Shu suspiciously. The monkey-faced old man, Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, Qin Chen, and Lu Xiaofei followed into the hall under everyone's puzzled gazes. Wang Yu did not leave either. Her cold face suddenly had a trace of a smile as she walked toward the Lu siblings and said, "You two are here. Hee hee. Auntie Yu is getting more and more beautiful." Lu Xiaojia hugged Wang Yu's arm affectionately. They're quite close. The white-eyed wolf was surprised. Last year, Auntie Yu made a special trip to Great Qin to celebrate little Jia's birthday. Lu Xiaofei whispered. I see. Then why do you call her auntie? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Mother told us to call her that. She said that it's affectionate. Lu Xiaofei thought to himself. I'm really speechless. Obviously, you should call her auntie. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. It's just a title. It doesn't matter. Lu Xiaofei shrugged and ran to Wang Yu, saying, Auntie, a day apart feels like 3 years. I really miss you so much. Brat. Wang Yu glared at Lu Xiaofei, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and asked in puzzlement, They are? They are. Lu Xiaojia wanted to say it out loud without thinking. However, Lu Xiaofei hurriedly stopped his sister and transmitted his voice, Children, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiaojia was slightly stunned. Then, she looked at Wang Yu and Qin Feiyang. Her big eyes blinked and gradually revealed a look of realization. What are you siblings doing? Wang Yu looked at them suspiciously. Nothing. You guys talk. Don't worry about us. We'll just watch from the side. Lu Xiaofei hurriedly pulled Lu Xiaojia and turned around to retreat to Qin Chen's side. Seeing this, Wang Yu could not help but feel angry. What was going on? Let's go. A voice sounded outside the door. It was Wang Yu's mother. Okay. Wang Yu nodded. Xiao Yu, Yi Shu was about to speak, but he was stopped by Qin Feiyang, who shook his head and said, Let her go. Aren't you guys going to talk? Yi Shu looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. With my relationship with her, if we meet face to face, it will only make the atmosphere more awkward. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. All right. Yi Shu nodded. After Wang Yu left with her parents, Gong Sunbei stood up and said with a smile, "What are you two doing? Acting so mysterious?" "Yes. Who are this man and dog? And they let you personally lead the way? They're quite influential." Wang Zicheng looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. "Of course." The white-eyed wolf jumped up and onto the table. With an arrogant and domineering attitude, he shouted, "All of you, kneel down and sing, 'Conquer,' to this big brother." Ah! Gong Sunbei and the others were stunned. Was there something wrong with this dog? And from the looks of it, it seemed to be quite sick. What's with your reaction? Believe it or not, this big brother will kill you. The white-eyed wolf shouted. Forget it. This is the main tower. If you behave atrociously again, I'll throw you out directly. The big barbarian bull stretched its muscles, and the muscles all over its body concealed a terrifying power. Ouch! How dare you be arrogant in front of this big brother? The white-eyed wolf slapped with his paw and shouted, "Get down." The big bull was stunned. He looked at Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man and asked, "Can I do it?" "Go ahead." Yi Shu chuckled. A cold light flashed in the big bull's eyes. He raised his bull-like fist and smashed it at the white-eyed wolf. The terrifying power hidden in his body surged out like a torrent. Boom! The fist and the paw collided. The great barbarian bull immediately lay down and heavily smashed into the ground, causing the entire great meeting hall to shake. What? Gong Sunbei, Wang Zicheng, and the others stared at the big bull with their mouths agape. It was defeated just like that. How was it? The white-eyed wolf stood on the table, his eyes full of pride. So strong. The big bull got up and stared at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. Not just you, all of you together can only take a single paw. The white-eyed wolf said proudly. Arrogant. Wang Zicheng was furious and shouted, "Kill it and eat dog meat." Boom! The aura of the group suddenly erupted. The people outside were alarmed and looked at the conference hall. TSK. The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully, raised his paw, and gently lowered it. A trace of divine power appeared. The aura of the group collapsed. Wang Zicheng and the others were also sent flying. Although the white-eyed wolf was merciful and did not suffer any fatal injuries, they were all in a sorry state. Chapter 2796. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Although they were not as strong as the white-eyed wolf, they had been quite united after all these years. Unity was what he wanted to see. However, Wang Zicheng and the others were stunned. Gong Sunbei was the same. This large black dog was too ridiculously strong, wasn't it? What do you think? Do you admit defeat? The white-eyed wolf looked at them proudly. Wang Zicheng sized up the white-eyed wolf, walked to Yi Shu's side, and asked in a low voice, "Old man Yi, where did this damn dog come from?" Ha! Yi Shu smiled but did not say anything. Can you not keep us in suspense? Wang Zicheng was dissatisfied. Although the other party was very strong, he clearly had no ill intentions. However, their status in the Forgotten Continent was not low now. They knew all the slightly famous powerhouses, but they had never heard of this big black dog. Open your little eyes and take a good look at who I am. The white-eyed wolf grinned, and his appearance immediately began to change. First, his hair turned from black to gold. Then, two small golden wings appeared on his back. Wang Zicheng and the others stared at the white-eyed wolf. Seeing the white-eyed wolf's transformation, a trace of surprise gradually crept into their eyes. When the white-eyed wolf completely reverted to his true form, the others immediately froze on the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief. Ha! The white-eyed wolf grinned and looked at them. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Fuck, it's you, you bastard. Wang Zicheng came to his senses and immediately cursed. He ran to the white-eyed wolf and sized him up, as if to confirm whether he was real or not. White-eyed wolf, Gong Sunbei was also stunned on the spot, muttering to himself. What's going on? What happened? Suddenly, a suspicious voice sounded from the outside. Everyone quivered and turned to look, only to see Wang Yu and her parents return. They had returned because they heard the commotion. However, when they arrived outside the main hall, they immediately found that the atmosphere was not right. Following closely, they looked at the white-eyed wolf and were stunned. Wasn't this it? At this moment, the entire hall was dead silent. On one hand, it was the identity of the white-eyed wolf. On the other hand, the return of Wang Yu and her parents undoubtedly made the atmosphere even more awkward. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. In the end, he still had to face it. Everyone present was smart enough to guess the identity of the white-eyed wolf once he revealed his true identity. As expected, when everyone came back to their senses, they all looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, no longer hiding his true appearance. Qin Feiyang, young master, Gong Sunbei, Wang Zicheng, Wang Yu and her parents all stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang's face. This face. Who could forget it? Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang, Gong Sunbei shuddered and quickly walked in front of Qin Feiyang. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's shoulders with both hands and said excitedly, I didn't expect it to be you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then I wonder if brother Gongsun welcomes me? Of course, Gong Sunbei nodded, but before he could say anything, a cold voice rang out. My chief tower doesn't welcome you. Get lost immediately. Everyone immediately looked at Wang Yuer's father. Because the person who spoke was Wang Yuer's father. Father, the chief tower is here. You don't have the right to speak. Wang Yuer also turned her head to look with a trace of displeasure on her face. It's fine. Gong Sunbei waved his hand, looked at Wang Yuer's father, and sighed. It's been hundreds of years. No matter how deep the grudge is, it should be over by now. Over by now? How can it be so simple? Wang Yuer's father snorted coldly. That's where you're wrong. We all saw what happened to Wang Yuanshan with our own eyes. It's all his fault. At that time, Qin Feiyang was already very kind. Because he gave Wang Yuanshan more than once, but Wang Yuanshan didn't cherish it. If it were us, we would have killed him too. Yi Shu said. Wang Yuer's father couldn't help but fall silent. Wang Yuer glanced at Qin Feiyang, then turned to look at her parents and said, let's go. Yuer, the two of them quickly looked at Wang Yuer. Enough, it's really enough. Wang Yuer sighed and left without looking back. Her back looked extremely sad. Wang Yuer's parents looked coldly at Qin Feiyang, then turned and chased after Wang Yuer. Sigh. Gong Sunbei also sighed deeply. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. I'm not blaming myself. I just feel a little sorry for them. As a big shot of the forgotten continent, they can't even distinguish between right and wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. They're actually pardonable. After all, they're Wang Yuanshan's descendants. You haven't seen Wang Su. He's been drinking all these years. He's no longer as elegant as he used to be. Gong Sunbei shook his head. Drinking all day. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Thinking back, he was such an awe-inspiring old man. And now, he's depressed all day long. His heart is like dead ashes. If you see him again, you probably won't recognize him. Gong Sunbei said. It's his own fault. Who's to blame? White-eyed wolf pursed his lips. Gong Sunbei sighed. Even so, it's still pitiful. That's enough. The young master finally came back. Let's not talk about these disappointing things. Viper said. Yes, Yes, yes. The big barbarian bull nodded repeatedly. He ran to Qin Feiyang and said with a silly smile, "Young master, when did you come back? Did you bring back any gifts for us?" "Ah." Qin Feiyang looked at the big barbarian bull in shock and said, "Asking for gifts as soon as you open your mouth. This isn't your style." Of course, Qin Feiyang knew about the big barbarian bull. Don't be fooled by his charmingly naive and well-developed appearance. In fact, he was very shrewd. Someone as smart as Wang Zicheng had been schemed against by him many times. Hearing this, the big barbarian bull smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "I'm really gratified to see that you guys are so capable and still so united." "You're kidding. We're your soldiers after all. How can we embarrass you?" Viper said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He looked at Viper and asked, "Are you still studying the use of poison? Don't you know me? I'm loyal to one person." Viper said. "Loyal to one person?" Qin Feiyang shook his head speechlessly and asked with a smile, "Have you achieved anything now?" "Of course." Viper smiled proudly and said, "I can even poison the god of war to death now." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, "Is this something to be proud of?" "Isn't this something to be proud of?" Viper asked. "I know an old man who uses poison in the ancient world. The poison he created can even poison the overlords of the Nine Heaven State." Qin Feiyang was naturally talking about the Grand Elder of the Nine Heaven Palace. The deputy pavilion master of the Ru Bao Pavilion was so strong, but he was still crippled by the Grand Elder. It was obvious. How terrifying was the Grand Elder's use of poison. Nine Heaven State. Viper was stunned. Gong Sunbei, Wang Zicheng and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Above the god of war is the Divine Lord, above the Divine Lord is the Paragon God, and above the Paragon God is the Nine Heaven State. Think about it, how big is the gap between you and that old man? Qin Feiyang looked at Viper and smiled. Viper was stunned. There are so many realms above the god of war. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. Viper asked, "Then what is your and Brother Wolf's cultivation level now?" "Us. I'm really not talented, I've just stepped into the Nine Heaven State." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Ah." The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. After not seeing him for a few hundred years, this guy had also learned how to act cool. However, Qin Feiyang's self-destruction of his cultivation had really scared them quite a bit. Who would have thought that this man and wolf would have already become so strong? It was no wonder that they were no match for the white-eyed wolf's claws when they joined forces. This was an absolute suppression. "Are you guys done?" Qin Feiyang looked at them and asked. "We're done." Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang laughed, "Then let's go to the land of inheritance." "Why are we going to the land of inheritance?" Gong Sunbei was suspicious. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would say that everyone would gather at the restaurant, but he didn't expect that they would actually go to the land of inheritance. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, "I haven't been back for too long, I want to take a look." "All right then." Gong Sunbei couldn't figure out Qin Feiyang's thoughts, so he didn't ask anymore and opened a portal. Immediately after, everyone entered in a single file. The land of inheritance. Qin Feiyang had once obtained the experience of the soul refining technique here. There were a total of 4 statues here. The first statue was of the first-generation Chief Pagoda Master, Tan Tai Li's father. The second statue was of the first-generation Chief Pagoda Master's disciple. The third statue was of Tan Tai Li herself. The fourth statue was of Qin Badian. At this moment, in the square where the statue was, an old man was sitting cross-legged. He had the cultivation of a god of war. He was the old man with a hooked nose. Yi Shu ran to the 9th area. The monkey-faced old man was in the Pill Pagoda Square, while the old man with a hooked nose stayed in the land of inheritance. Sensing the aura of Qin Feiyang and the others, the old man with a hooked nose opened his eyes. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, his gaze trembled. "Greetings, old senior." Qin Feiyang bowed. I wouldn't dare. The old man with a hooked nose hurriedly got up and waved his hand. What a joke. Qin Feiyang was the savior of the great Qin and the forgotten continent. Even if he had to bow, he should be the one bowing to Qin Feiyang. After not seeing you for so many years, old senior has become more polite. Qin Feiyang smiled. The old man with a hooked nose shook his head and smiled. There was nothing he could do about it. If it were someone else, he could accept this bow with a clear conscience. But the person he was facing was Qin Feiyang. This was absolutely impossible. After all, back then, Qin Feiyang had sacrificed himself to save countless people who had died tragically. Such a noble act was enough to earn anyone's respect. When did you come back? Where's Miss and Rushwang? After the old man with a hooked nose calmed down, he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. A few days ago. As for great-grandmother and the others, they're still in the ancient realm. They're doing well. Qin Feiyang smiled. He knew that the old man with a hooked nose would definitely ask about Tan Tai Li and Qin Rushwang's current situation like Yi Shu and the others, so he said it in advance. That's good. The old man with a hooked nose smiled and asked, then why did you and the white-eyed wolf come back this time? I missed you, so I came back to see you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ha, the old man with a hooked nose laughed, clearly not believing him. It's true. Qin Feiyang said. Is that so? The old man with a hooked nose was taken aback and smiled. Then it's our honor. Although hundreds of years had passed, this young man was still the same as before. He did not put on any airs and gave people a sense of familiarity. Chapter 2797. As you can see, the land of legacy hasn't changed at all. What's there to see? Gong Sunbei looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. But here, there are memories that belong to me. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 4 statues and smiled faintly. Memories, Gong Sunbei murmured. The past emerged in his mind like a tide. Indeed. There were memories of Qin Feiyang here. Back then. Qin Feiyang obtained the legacy here and became the disciple of the chief pagoda master. He also became the successor of the next chief pagoda master. But because of the selfishness of the previous chief pagoda master, he once wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. In fact, at that time, Qin Feiyang was not interested in the position of the chief pagoda master at all. It was completely the imagination of the previous chief pagoda master. It was also because of this that the conflict intensified. In the end, they were like archenemies. Of course. Gong Sunbei also knew that even if there was no such thing, Qin Feiyang and the previous chief pagoda master would sooner or later be angry. Because the previous chief pagoda master had almost killed Tan Tai Li. As Tan Tai Li's junior, Qin Feiyang naturally could not stand by and watch. Thinking back, how good was my relationship with Mr. Hao? We were like brothers. Unfortunately, fate is also playing tricks on people. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. At that time, Mr. Hao had given him a lot of help. And at that time, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Mr. Hao, they had no illusions about the position of the chief pagoda master. It was because of the chief pagoda master's self-righteousness that everything changed. Perhaps this is the cycle of cause and effect. Gong Sunbei sighed. The sins that had been committed in the past would be retribution sooner or later. The chief pagoda master was the best example. Because of his jealousy of Qin Batian, because of his desire for power, he ruthlessly killed Tan Tai Li. Later, Tan Tai Li returned and made him lose everything. This was the so-called, where there is cause, there is effect. Cause and effect, Qin Feiyang murmured. Yes. Like Qin Haotian. Back then, he had killed Qin Haotian's mother. Now, Qin Haotian wanted to take revenge on him. Like his father. His father had driven him out of the imperial capital and crippled his cultivation. Later, he had entered the imperial capital to seek revenge. And, the dragons wanted to plunder Qin Feiyang and Qin Baishan's bloodline power. Qin Feiyang and Qin Baishan's revenge was the result. Another example, he saved the common people because of karma. Now, the people of the world were grateful to him. This was the result. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang seemed to have understood something, and his body quietly filled with an obscure aura. The white-eyed wolf was the first to notice Qin Feiyang's abnormality. He looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. At this moment, he felt that Qin Feiyang had become very ethereal. He was clearly right in front of him, but he seemed to be unable to capture him. What was going on? That's right. Everything in this world can't escape karma. It doesn't matter if it's a human or a ferocious beast. Every living thing in this world must have a cause and effect. In fact, this cause and effect is also a kind of power. Furthermore, this power seems to be inextricably linked together by thousands of threads. In this way, cause and effect are formed. Qin Feiyang whispered and slowly raised his arm. A wisp of almost transparent flame slowly condensed. This wisp of flame exuded an incomparably mysterious and profound aura. At this moment, the surrounding void began to distort. Gongsun Bei and the others finally noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality, and they all had a look of surprise. This is the aura of the power of law. The white-eyed wolf stared at the flame, and his eyes suddenly widened. The power of law. Gongsun Bei and the others were taken aback and turned to look at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. The power of law is a kind of power that surpasses divine power. For example, the time array evolved from the power of time. Little Qin Zi has already comprehended the power of law of light in the ancient realm. And now, he seems to have comprehended another power of law. The white-eyed wolf explained, his eyes full of disbelief. There really wasn't any sign at all. Could this be the so-called epiphany? At a certain point in time, when a person came into contact with a matter or a sentence, they could enter a state of enlightenment. This kind of enlightenment was called epiphany. Where there's cause, there's effect, Qin Feiyang murmured, and seemed to have awakened from the state of epiphany. He lowered his head and looked at the flame in his palm, and a smile crept onto his face. Little Qin Zi, this is? The white-eyed wolf hurriedly asked. The power of cause and effect, it's the law of cause and effect, Qin Feiyang smiled. The law of cause and effect? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He knew about the law of slaughter, the laws of light and darkness, and even the law of life and death, but this was the first time he had heard about the law of cause and effect. I didn't know about the law of cause and effect before. But when I just had my epiphany, I suddenly realized that everything in this world can't compare to the law of cause and effect. So, this law of cause and effect is also a kind of power. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even if the law of cause and effect really exists, isn't it too simple to comprehend the power of law? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. There's no time or place for epiphany. You'll comprehend it when you come. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. With a thought, the flame in his palm disappeared into his body. Monster. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at Gongsun Bei and said, "Thank you, brother Gongsun." "Why are you thanking me?" Gongsun Bei looked at him in confusion. Every kind of epiphany is stimulated at an unintentional moment. And just now, that law of cause and effect you mentioned is equivalent to a trigger point, which is also the so-called fuse. In other words, if it weren't for your words, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend the law of cause and effect. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. So that's how it is. Gongsun Bei suddenly understood and smiled. Then, this is also the reason why you're so talented. Epiphany doesn't have much to do with one's talent. It's evolved from rich experience and comprehension of the world. Qin Feiyang said. Rich experience, comprehension of the world, everyone couldn't help but ponder over this sentence. They didn't quite understand it. Don't blindly think about it. With your current ability, you won't be able to understand the true meaning. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. The group smiled bitterly. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence, but they just couldn't understand the concept behind it. He felt that it was just a very ordinary sentence. The white-eyed wolf asked, "Do you know how many people in the entire ancient world have comprehended the law of cause and effect?" "How many?" Everyone looked at him curiously. "The population of the ancient world is innumerable, and there are countless experts. Among them, there are also a lot of people who are stronger than little Qin Zi. But the number of people who have comprehended the law of cause and effect can be counted on one hand. It's not an exaggeration to say that even undead stage experts who have surpassed the 9 heavens stage will find it difficult to comprehend the law of cause and effect in their lifetime." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. "Undead stage?" Everyone was surprised. Undead stage experts can destroy the entire Great Qin and Forgotten Continent with a wave of their hand. How terrifying do you think undead stage experts are? The white-eyed wolf said. So powerful? Everyone looked at each other. It was completely beyond their imagination. The white-eyed wolf isn't exaggerating. Among the experts we know, any one of them has the strength to destroy the world. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is the ancient world the biggest world in this world? Wang Zicheng asked. The biggest, Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head. I don't dare to say for sure. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. If it was before, I would tell you with certainty that the ancient world is the biggest and strongest world. But now, when Qin Feiyang said this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. His deep eyes seemed to be able to peek into the world beyond the sky. There was a 4th level in the divine level, and the small beast also said that there were as many undead stage experts on the 4th level as dogs. If the small beast wasn't exaggerating, then it was hard to imagine how terrifying the 4th level was. Even the ancient realm was probably just a small world the size of a pellet in front of the 4th level. Of course. Before seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't jump to conclusions. After all, the small beast's words weren't necessarily true. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, everyone tactfully didn't ask anymore. Because even if they asked and knew, they could only stare. However, after understanding how powerful this world was, their goals were different. In the past, their vision was limited to the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. They felt that it was good enough for everyone to step into the war god stage. But now, their goal was to reach a higher realm. For example, Sir God and Paragon God. Although the chances were slim, they still wanted to try. Fire Lotus, give me 10 crystal veins and spirit veins. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and secretly transmitted his voice. I've already prepared them for you. Fire Lotus's voice immediately sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. You've already prepared them? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. This girl really knew him too well. She didn't even need him to say anything and she knew what he wanted to do. To be honest, probably even the Emperor and Lu Qiuyu didn't know him as well as Fire Lotus. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and 10 crystal veins and spirit veins immediately appeared. The energy next to them immediately surged in all directions with the land of inheritance as the center. This, Gongsun Bei and the others were shocked and raised their heads to look at the spirit veins and crystal veins. Because at this moment, their cultivations were actually loosening. Do you still remember the soul stone? Qin Feiyang looked at Gongsun Bei and asked with a smile. Soul stone. Gongsun Bei was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, Are you talking about the soul stone that you got from the Guo family when you entered the ancient world? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course I remember. Back then, you were able to step into the war god stage so quickly because of the soul stone. Gongsun Bei said. The soul stone is produced from these spirit veins. Qin Feiyang pointed at the 10 spirit veins and smiled. What? Gongsun Bei's eyes trembled. The other 10 are crystal veins. The divine crystals produced by them have the effect of recovering divine power. I'll give these to your main tower. Qin Feiyang said. This is also very valuable. That karma cycle just now, I just said it casually. You don't have to thank me. Gongsun Bei hurriedly waved his hand. Ah. Qin Feiyang looked at Gongsun Bei in shock and said, You think I'm giving you these spirit veins because I comprehended the law of karma? Isn't that the case? Gongsun Bei was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Chapter 2798. Of course not. The main reason I came to the land of inheritance is to give you the soul line and crystal veins. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. I see. Gongsun Bei nodded. The main tower is too big, and there are too many disciples. The energy of the soul line and crystal veins can't be taken care of. So, I think it's best to place the soul line and crystal veins here. As long as the soul line and crystal veins are properly placed, this place will instantly become a true cultivation holy land. At that time, you can let disciples with good talent and character come here to cultivate. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. Gongsun Bei nodded and clasped his hands. Thank you so much for giving us such a great gift as soon as you come back. Qin Feiyang smiled. If you really want to thank me, then follow me to the ancient world. The ancient world? Gongsun Bei was shocked. Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, and the old man with the aquiline nose were also stunned. Then, the three of them looked anxious. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brat, you can't poach our people. It had been hundreds of years, but this kid was still thinking about Gongsun Bei. There was nothing they could do. Gongsun Bei was so outstanding. I'm just joking. Look at how nervous you are. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. You can make such a joke. Our aging hearts won't be able to withstand it. Yi Shu rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang laughed and jumped into the sky. Then, he waved his hand, and the entire land of inheritance was uprooted. After the crystal veins and soul line were placed and everything was restored, Yi Shu set up a divine power barrier. Soon, the place was filled with white mist. This was the energy of the soul line and crystal veins. Such terrifying energy. I can feel that if I cultivate here, I can break through in less than half a year. The aquiline nose old man sighed. Yi Shu and the monkey-faced old man nodded. Qin Feiyang, this brat, was truly their lucky star. There's no need to rush into seclusion. Qin Feiyang has finally returned. Naturally, we have to hold a welcoming dinner for him first. Gongsun Beida laughed. Right. Old man Yi, quickly go to the Longfeng Pavilion and make arrangements. We want to book the entire place tonight. The monkey-faced old man looked at Yi Shu and said. There's a fee for booking the whole place. Yi Shu said. Charging for our own people? You really are a stingy old man. The monkey-faced old man said with disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and asked, Is the Dragon Wind Tower still around? This Longfeng Pavilion also contained many memories that belonged to him. Of course. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is a restaurant that Ruo Shuang built single-handedly. How can this old man let it disappear? Furthermore, right now, this old man is the tower master behind the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Yi Shu said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization, then shook his head and said, Since you're the landlord, why do you charge for it? It's not easy for you to come back. Of course, this old man has to rip you off. Yi Shu said. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Of course. He also knew that this was just a joke. Alright, this old man will go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion first. You guys accompany Feiyang to walk around. Yi Shu smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, In the years that you weren't here, our main tower has changed quite a lot. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. After Yi Shu left, Lu Xiaofei rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Uncle, then my sister and I will also go to the city to walk around?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and reminded, "Don't run around. We won't. We're going to find Situ Feiyang. When the time comes, we'll go directly to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to find you." Lu Xiaofei said. White-Eyed Wolf said, "Then you can call Fatso and Li Yan." "Okay." Lu Xiaofei nodded and turned to look at Qin Chen, laughing, "Brother, let's go together." "Not going." Qin Chen shook his head. "This guy, you're always so boring." Lu Xiaofei pursed his lips and ran out of the main tower with Lu Xiaojia. Gong Sunbei looked at the back of the brother and sister and said with a smile, looking at these juniors, "Do you feel old all of a sudden?" "Yes. Time really flies." Qin Feiyang sighed. "Then you should also work hard. Don't wait until Lu Xiaofei's generation has children, and you're not married yet." Gong Sunbei teased. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and looked at Gong Sunbei, saying, "You have the nerve to talk about me? You seem to be older than me, but I don't see you married and have children." "Ah." Gong Sunbei was stunned. At this time, he really couldn't refute. "Let's go and walk around." Qin Feiyang smiled, and divine power surged out, forming a mask on his face. "What are you doing?" Wang Zicheng looked at him suspiciously. "Avoiding some unnecessary trouble." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "That's true." Wang Zicheng nodded. If the news of Qin Feiyang's return spread in the main tower, it would definitely cause an unprecedented sensation. Next, the group of people strolled around the main tower, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. As for the white-eyed wolf, he turned back into the big black dog. However, although he hid his identity, it still caused quite a stir. Gong Sunbei, the tower master of the main tower. Wang Zicheng and the others, although they didn't have an actual position in the main tower, they were still famous. The monkey-faced old man and the hook-nosed old man, needless to say. In the entire Forgotten Continent, they were supreme existences. Such a group of big shots actually accompanied a man and a dog to stroll around the main tower. For the disciples of the main pagoda, this was simply a shocking matter. So now, everyone was guessing Qin Feiyang's identity. Who exactly was this divine being? Unknowingly, the group of people walked in front of a lake, and there was a small island in the middle of the lake, with green trees and wild flowers everywhere, like a paradise isolated from the world. This place, Qin Feiyang looked up at the small island in the middle of the lake, and the dusty memories involuntarily surfaced in his mind. This was the place where he used to live, Soothing Lake. At that time, there was only him, young Master Hao, and Wang Yuer in the entire Soothing Lake. He still remembered that Wang Yuer had snatched a part of the soul refining technique, and in order to snatch back this part, he quietly hid in Wang Yuer's courtyard. Because he had activated the concealment technique at that time, Wang Yuer initially thought it was the ghost incident, and she was quite frightened. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Qin Feiyang looked at Gong Sunbei and asked, "Is there anyone living in Soothing Lake now?" "No." Gong Sunbei shook his head. "Then let's go and take a look." Qin Feiyang took a step forward, walking on the surface of the lake, step by step toward the small island. The white-eyed wolf followed behind. "Brother Gong Sun, why did you lie to him? Wang Yuer is clearly still living on this island." The Spirit Queen transmitted her voice. "His memories are here. If he knows that Wang Yuer is still here, will he go over?" "Definitely not. Besides, he and Wang Yuer should have come to an end." Gong Sunbei sighed inwardly. Come to an end? Didn't they already come to an end at Wang Yuanshan's funeral back then? Wang Zicheng frowned. Gong Sunbei transmitted his voice, "I'm referring to the knot in Yuer's heart." "Not in her heart," the few of them mumbled. "Yes. You all know about Yuer's state all these years. Although she looks very strong on the surface, there has always been a hidden pain in her heart." Otherwise, she wouldn't have become so cold all these years. Therefore, when Qin Feiyang returns this time, I sincerely hope that he can help her open up the knot in her heart and walk out of the past. Gong Sunbei said. I see. Wang Zicheng and the others were enlightened. Let's go. Gong Sunbei smiled and slowly followed him. The other places in the main tower had more or less changed. Only this calm heart lake, apart from the flowers and trees, was the same as before. Even the courtyard and pavilion were the same as before. Qin Feiyang scanned the familiar things with a smile on his face. But suddenly, the smile on his face froze. He saw a woman on a blue stone by the lake in front of him. This woman was Wang Yu'er. At this moment, Wang Yu'er was sitting on the blue stone, hugging her legs with both hands and curling up together. She looked at the lake in front of her with a lost expression. Where is she? Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at Gong Sunbei. Gong Sunbei smiled and didn't explain. He went back the way he came and retreated to the lake shore. Wang Zicheng and the others looked at each other and turned back to the lake one after another. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Obviously, these guys did it on purpose. This is a little interesting. The white-eyed wolf chuckled and also turned around, leaving Qin Feiyang behind. He didn't even look back as he rushed to Gong Sunbei's side. Brother Wolf, you're not angry with us? Barbarian Bull looked at White-Eyed Wolf and asked. Why would I be angry? To tell you the truth, I just hope that little Qin Zi can be enlightened as soon as possible. White-Eyed Wolf smiled evilly. Ah! Everyone was stunned, then shook their heads and smiled helplessly. He was indeed a person who wanted to see the world in chaos. On the lake, Qin Feiyang looked at Gong Sunbei and the others helplessly and then turned back to look at Wang Yu'er again. That lonely figure and that melancholy look made one's heart ache. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, took off the mask on his face and walked over slowly. Although Qin Feiyang didn't hide it, Wang Yu'er still didn't notice his arrival. It could be seen that her mind was not here at all. Finally, Qin Feiyang walked in front of Wang Yu'er, but even so, Wang Yu'er still didn't notice him. It could be seen that she was in a mess now. As for the reason, it was obvious that it was because of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang sighed and walked to the side, standing on a blue stone and looking at the calm lake. He didn't disturb Wang Yu'er and kept silent. At this moment, the time and air here seemed to be still. What's going on? On the other side of the lake, White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu'er suspiciously. Why were they just standing there? There was no movement at all. I don't know where Yu'er's mind is now. As for Qin Feiyang, Gong Sunbei shook his head and smiled bitterly. With this guy's EQ, he definitely doesn't know how to speak now, so he just stood there and kept silent. That's right, this blockhead's EQ is indeed worrying. Wang Zicheng nodded. Barbarian Bull, Viper, and the others also felt the same. Young Master's talent, strength, means, and intelligence were impeccable, but his EQ was the only thing that made people helpless. Chapter 2799. Time passed quietly. Why? Why did you come back? I've been trying very hard to forget you. Hundreds of years have passed and I think I've almost forgotten you, but why did you appear in front of me now, suddenly? Wang Yu'er murmured. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He lowered his head to look at Wang Yu'er, thinking that Wang Yu'er had noticed him and was talking to him. But when he looked at her, he realized that Wang Yu'er was talking to herself. Trying hard to forget me, Qin Feiyang muttered. That was to say, she hadn't forgotten him. But at Wang Yuanshan's funeral, hadn't they already made a clean break? And at that time, it was Wang Yu'er who said that she wanted to make a clean break with him. He thought that Wang Yu'er had really let go of him, but he didn't expect that she still had him in her heart. At this moment, Qin Feiyang finally understood what Gong Sunbei and the others meant. Wang Yu'er had a knot in her heart. And this knot had trapped her for hundreds of years. And he was the key to unlocking this knot in her heart. But then again, hundreds of years had passed and she still hadn't really let go of him. This was really a silly woman. What did Qin Feiyang do to deserve a woman's love? At this moment, Qin Feiyang felt like a scumbag. A good woman had been hurt by him like this. Although all this was not his fault, he couldn't help blaming himself. Alas! Qin Feiyang sighed in a low voice. Although the sigh was very soft, it pulled Wang Yuer back from her daze. Wang Yuer quivered and immediately looked up at Qin Feiyang. Why are you here? Immediately. She stood up, looking very flustered and didn't dare to look into Qin Feiyang's eyes. I've been here for a long time. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. A long time? Wang Yuer was stunned and hurriedly asked, just now. I heard what you said just now. Qin Feiyang nodded. I heard everything. She lowered her head and retreated, looking even more flustered as she tried to avoid Qin Feiyang's gaze. She was completely unaware that she was currently standing on top of the bluestone. If she continued to retreat, she would fall down. Be careful. Qin Feiyang saw it and hurriedly reminded him. Ah. Wang Yuer looked at Qin Feiyang inexplicably and was still stepping back. In the end, she lost her footing and fell backwards with a cry of surprise. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Feiyang quickly stretched out his arm, grabbed Wang Yuer's wrist, and gently pulled her back. Wang Yuer was dumbfounded. She had never thought that she would have the chance to be in close contact with this man, even if he was just holding her wrist. At this moment, her heart was trembling, and her face was distressed. She forcefully shook off Qin Feiyang and shouted, Go immediately, don't appear in front of me again, no. Don't appear in front of me again, and I will never see you again. Was she running away because of love? Or was she running away because of hatred? In fact, Qin Feiyang knew it in his heart. He believed that Wang Yuer was also very clear in her heart. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly and said, Calm down, okay? Qin Feiyang's words completely ignited Wang Yuer's inner emotions. She roared, Tell me, how can I calm down? I know that we can't go back to the past. I don't expect you to forgive me. But I hope that you can let go of yourself and live happily every day. I believe that not only me, but all the people who care about you, such as your parents and Gongsun Bei, hope that you can walk out of the past. Qin Feiyang said. Live happily every day, Wang Yuer murmured, slowly squatted down, looked down at the lake, and whispered, How can I live happily every day when my heart is dead? My heart is dead. Qin Feiyang was instantly enraged. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yuer's shoulder. He shouted, You don't live for others, and you don't live for me. You live for yourself. Do you understand? Wang Yuer looked up at Qin Feiyang's eyes and couldn't help but smile sadly. On one side is the family blood is thicker than water, and on the other side is the feelings that can't be let go. Can you understand this despair and powerlessness? In these hundreds of years, I have been forcing myself not to think about it, not to pay attention to it, to forget all of it, but is it really so easy to forget? The more I want to forget, the clearer I remember it. Every bit of it is like it happened yesterday. I want to use indifference to cover all of it, but who knows the real pain and helplessness in my heart? But this is not your fault, nor grandfather and father. I blame myself for being too incompetent. Wang Yuer shook her head, her face full of self-mockery. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect to hurt you so deeply. Qin Feiyang sighed. He didn't expect that Wang Yuer's feelings for him were still as deep as back then. No. It was even deeper than back then. If he didn't stop it, he was afraid that she would continue to sink deeper and deeper. But how could he stop it? Feelings came from one's heart. Other than Wang Yuer herself, who could cut it off? If others tried to persuade her, it would probably be counterproductive. You should go. Over the years, I have long been used to being alone. The more others persuade me, the more frustrated I feel. Let me be alone. I will be able to calm down after a while. Wang Yu'er said in a low voice. But in her heart, she didn't want Qin Feiyang to leave. She longed for a warm embrace. But she knew that she couldn't do this. The figures of her grandfather, father, and mother appeared in her mind from time to time. Helplessness, despair, pain. They were like a curse, pressing down on her until she was about to suffocate and collapse. Qin Feiyang looked at her silently. Since all of this started because of him, let him end it completely so that both of them could be free. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, stepped forward, took Wang Yu'er's hand, and said, "Take me to see your grandfather and parents." "What do you want to do?" Wang Yu'er was stunned and quickly asked. "Propose marriage." Qin Feiyang said. "What? Propose marriage?" Wang Yu'er was stunned, her face full of astonishment. "That's right. If I miss such a good woman like you, it may be the regret of my life." Qin Feiyang lowered his head, looked at Wang Yu'er, and said with a smile. "Regret?" Wang Yu'er stared at Qin Feiyang in a daze. She didn't expect Qin Feiyang to suddenly say these words. Was she happy? Of course. There were countless nights in the past, she had yearned and fantasized about this scene. But in addition to being happy, she also had a trace of hesitation in her heart. It was too sudden and she was not prepared at all. Besides, would her grandfather, father, and mother agree? "Let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Wang Yu'er instinctively got up, but suddenly came back to her senses and shook off Qin Feiyang's hand again, shaking her head, "No." "Why not?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "You're just sympathizing with me. Besides, my grandfather and the rest will not agree. In this life, we are destined to be the most familiar strangers." Wang Yu'er shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You think I'm sympathizing with you? Aren't you?" Wang Yu'er asked. "No. I'm serious. Speaking of which, it's quite funny. I've always thought that I'm a responsible man. But now I realize that I'm not. Because if I'm really a responsible man, I won't leave you alone in the forgotten continent and face all the pressure alone. Although I've been in the ancient realm all these years, looking at you now, I can imagine how you've spent all these years. I really don't want to make you sad again. Let's go and propose marriage. If they don't agree, I'll snatch you away from them." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at Wang Yu'er with a gentle smile. Wang Yu'er looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze and said, "Are these your heartfelt words?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, Wang Yu'er fell silent. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you unwilling?" Qin Feiyang asked. No, of course I'm willing. I want to be with you even in my dreams, but I'm just afraid." Wang Yu'er hurriedly shook her head. Qin Feiyang asked, "Afraid of your grandfather? Afraid of your parents?" "Yes." Wang Yu'er nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at her deeply, and his divine sense rolled out, instantly enveloping the entire tower. Immediately after, 3 formless powers descended on 3 different locations in the main tower. The next moment, 3 figures appeared opposite Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu'er. These 3 people were Wang Su and Wang Yu'er's parents. Looking at the current Wang Su, Qin Feiyang felt emotional. He was sallow and emaciated, looking extremely sloppy. His white hair was messy, his eyes were dim and lifeless, and his entire body was filled with the smell of alcohol. Indeed, as Gong Sunbei said, he was no longer as elegant as before. Qin Feiyang? The 3 of them were suddenly detained here, and they were a little stunned. But immediately after, Wang Yu'er's parents rushed to Wang Yu'er's side, pushed Qin Feiyang away, and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang, Wang Su looked at Qin Feiyang, and his turbid eyes were filled with hatred. "I want to marry you, Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them and said. "What?" The 3 of them froze and couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Yu'er. Wang Yuer lowered her head, not daring to look at the three of them. Don't even think about it. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to touch my granddaughter? Wang Su came back to his senses and immediately roared. I know that you still hate me for killing Wang Yuanshan, but that's another matter. Can you bear to see you, suffer like this for the rest of her life? Qin Feiyang said. Wang Su said angrily, it's not us who made you sad, it's you. Is that really the case? Think about it, if you didn't force her back then, would she choose to cut off all ties with me? Maybe we've already achieved the right result. In terms of age, you're all my elders. Logically speaking, you should be more sensible. But so many years have passed, what have you been doing? Not only did you not reflect on yourself, but you've been forcing the fault on me. The worst thing is that you've been pressuring you, She's your daughter and granddaughter. She's your closest kin. As parents and grandfathers, shouldn't you hope that she can live better and happier than anyone else? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Chapter 2800. Shut up. Wang Su roared. His eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to eat someone. Did I touch your sore spot? Are you angry out of shame? Especially you. You used to be a highly respected old man. How did you become so unreasonable now? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Su and shouted coldly without mercy. Wang Su clenched his hands like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. And you? Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer's parents again and said, which parent in the world doesn't want their children to live a good life? But what about you? Just because of the little hatred in your heart, you forcefully restrained Wang Yuer. Do you think this is good for her? Wrong. You are selfish. To put it more bluntly, you don't deserve to be parents at all. Qin Feiyang looked at the two coldly. To be honest, he was also full of anger in his heart. He had already done his best for Wang Yuanshan's matter. Because he had let Wang Yuanshan go several times. It was Wang Yuanshan who was stubborn and kept challenging his bottom line. And the few times he let Wang Yuanshan go, it was for the sake of Wang Yuer and Wang Su. But the result? Not only did these people not appreciate it, but they also hated him to the core. What was this? Don't say that. Seeing Qin Feiyang scolding Wang Su and the other two like this, Wang Yuer was burning with anxiety. I'm telling the truth. If they really love you, then they shouldn't impose their own wishes on you. Let's talk about it later. I, Qin Feiyang, have always had a clear conscience no matter who it is. I never regret killing Wang Yuanshan. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Su and the other two and said, if you insist on blaming me, then I can only say that I overestimated you in the past. The three of them looked sullen. That's all I have to say. I don't want to say anything more. I'll take you away. Qin Feiyang grabbed Wang Yuer and stepped into the air. Wang Yuer's mother quickly stood in front of Qin Feiyang and said angrily, what right do you have to take Yuer away? Why? Just because of what she has done for me, I can't let her continue to suffer like this. Since you can't take care of her, then I will take care of her. Qin Feiyang said with no expression. You, don't go too far. Wang Su gritted his teeth as he stared at Qin Feiyang. It's not that I'm bullying you. You're the ones who have placed your faces on the ground and trampled on them. Wang Su was so angry that he was out of breath. Of course. Whether Wang Yuer's heart knot could be untied or not depended on now. In his heart, Wang Yuer had always been like a sister. So seeing Wang Yuer like this all day, he also felt very sad. Once. He also tried to enlighten her, but it was to no avail. If Wang Yuer and Qin Feiyang could really be together, it would naturally be the most perfect ending. But if they couldn't be together, as long as she could untie the knot in her heart for many years and let her accept and face all this calmly, it would be a good ending. Please step aside. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuer's mother and said. Looking at Qin Feiyang, Wang Yuer's mother had some fear in her eyes. Although Qin Feiyang was a junior, she was no match for him in terms of means and strength. She couldn't help but look at Wang Yuer. Since she didn't dare to do anything to Qin Feiyang, she could only put pressure on Wang Yuer. Wang Yuer lowered her head, and her painful face was full of struggle. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, "I'm sorry to put you in a dilemma again." Wang Yuer looked up at Qin Feiyang, her face full of tears. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and gently wiped away Wang Yuer's tears. Then he looked at Wang Su and the other two and said, "Really, don't force her anymore. If there's anything, just come at me." "Okay. I'll come at you." Wang Su couldn't bear it anymore. With a roar, he charged at Qin Feiyang like a wild beast, with murderous intent all over his body. "Grandpa." Wang Yuer's face suddenly changed. "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang smiled at Wang Yuer. But Wang Yuer wasn't worried about him. She was worried about Wang Su. Although she didn't know Qin Feiyang's current cultivation, she could imagine that with Qin Feiyang's talent, it must be far better than before. In the past, Wang Su was no match for Qin Feiyang, let alone now. This woman, Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked up at Wang Su, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Don't hurt my grandpa, please," Wang Yuer grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm and begged. "Then aren't you afraid that he will hurt me?" Qin Feiyang asked without looking back. "Hurt you?" Wang Yuer was slightly taken aback. She lowered her head and muttered, "With your strength, how can Grandpa hurt you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. An aura emerged and gently pushed Wang Yuer away. Just by this aura, Wang Yuer judged that her grandpa's strength was not at the same level as Qin Feiyang at all. The worry in her heart couldn't help but grow stronger. Wang Yuer's parents were also very nervous. They watched Qin Feiyang grow up, so they were very clear about Qin Feiyang's character. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If he was angered, even if the emperor was standing in front of him, he would dare to kill him. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang would be angry and have the intention to kill the old master. This is a bit bad. On the other side, the Spirit Queen whispered. Yes. Who doesn't know the temper of the young master? Wang Yuanshan's matter back then had already given Wang Su and Wang Yuer enough face. After so many years, Wang Su still refuses to let go. With the young master's character, I'm afraid he will really be angry. Viper murmured. Gong Sunbei was also a little worried. Would they end up making a fool of themselves? In the blink of an eye, Wang Su had already rushed to the front of Qin Feiyang. His eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he had lost his mind. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. However, everyone thought that Qin Feiyang would be angry and have the intention to kill, but he didn't show any signs of making a move. Bang! Wang Su slapped on Qin Feiyang's chest. Puff! Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his whole body retreated continuously. Everyone froze there. He didn't make a move. Was this Qin Feiyang? Was Qin Feiyang the kind of person who would stand there and take a beating? No. The white-eyed wolf frowned. What's wrong? Wang Zicheng was surprised. With little Qin Zi's cultivation, even if he stands still, Wang Su can't hurt him at all. But now, he is spitting out blood? The white-eyed wolf said in disbelief. Hearing this, they couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang again. Scoundrel! Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf cursed. What now? Wang Zicheng and the others were taken aback by the white-eyed wolf. He must have given up all his defense. Otherwise, how could he be injured? The white-eyed wolf snorted coldly. Gave up all his defense? They were slightly stunned. Viper asked suspiciously, why did young master do this? How would I know? The white-eyed wolf glared at him. Viper smiled embarrassedly. Gong Sunbei glanced at the white-eyed wolf, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and then looked at Wang Yuer. There was a trace of understanding in his eyes. There was also a trace of gratitude on his face. He murmured, "Thank you." Obviously, Gong Sunbei had already noticed Qin Feiyang's intention. Wang Su was also stunned by Qin Feiyang's attitude of not fighting back, but he didn't restrain himself because of this. He punched at Qin Feiyang again. Puff! Qin Feiyang spat out another mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. How could this be? Why didn't he fight back? Wang Yu murmured. Wang Yu's parents also looked confused. Was this really Qin Feiyang? Was he really not an imposter? They had serious doubts. Because this was too different from what they had expected. Do you think I will let you go if you don't fight back? No. Absolutely not. Blood for blood. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Wang Su roared in the sky. His face was full of hatred. With a clang, a combat sword appeared. Grandpa, stop! Wang Yu's face changed drastically. She quickly shouted. But seeing this, her parents immediately stepped forward and pulled Wang Yu from both sides. Father, mother, let go. If this goes on, Qin Feiyang will be killed by Grandpa. Wang Yu roared. He deserves to die. Wang Yu's father snorted coldly. Father, Wang Yu's body trembled and her face turned pale. Wang Su. I will destroy your Sea of Qi first. With a sword, he went straight to Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi. Puff! All of a sudden, blood suddenly appeared. The combat sword sank into Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi, which was shattered on the spot. What the hell is this bastard doing? The white-eyed wolf frowned. How could an ordinary combat sword pierce Qin Feiyang's Sea of Qi? Wasn't he giving up all his defense? One had to know. Qin Feiyang was not only at the ninth heaven realm, but his body had also been tempered by heaven tribulation. Let alone an ordinary battle sword, even an ordinary divine artifact would not be able to harm Qin Feiyang in the slightest. The white-eyed wolf couldn't figure out why Qin Feiyang gave up his defense and let Wang Su do whatever he wanted. Why didn't he fight back? Wang Yu's parents looked at each other when they saw this. Who didn't know the importance of the Sea of Qi? How could Qin Feiyang not fight back when his Sea of Qi was shattered? It was too abnormal. Grandpa, no, I beg you, please stop, but Wang Yu burst into tears and kept shouting at Wang Su. Her voice was almost hoarse. However, Wang Su turned a deaf ear to her. He raised his combat sword and chopped at Qin Feiyang's left hand again, his eyes full of madness. Crack! Qin Feiyang's left arm broke on the spot and blood gushed out. No, Grandpa, I beg you, please stop. Qin Feiyang, why didn't you fight back? At least hide. Wang Yu was already shouting herself hoarse and her face was full of pain. God, what did I do wrong? Why did you torture me like this? Chapter 28:01. I really didn't expect that you'd really stand here and let me kill you. However, if you think this will make me sympathize with you, then you're wrong. Now, I'll send you to hell. Wang Su didn't notice the miserable Wang Yu at all. His expression was getting crazier as the battle sword in his hand went straight for Qin Feiyang's glabella. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Su indifferently. He couldn't help but hate Wang Su in his heart. In the past, although Wang Su wanted to kill him, he never hated Wang Su at all. In fact, he even had a respectful attitude. But at this moment, looking at the stubborn Wang Su, the respect in his heart was gone. Boom! Wang Su's battle sword was about to enter Qin Feiyang's glabella, but at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. But this wasn't Qin Feiyang's aura. It was Wang Yu's. And there was a destructive wave in this aura. Wang Su shuddered and hurriedly looked at Wang Yu. This was because this wasn't an ordinary aura, but a self-explosion wave. Yu, what are you doing? Wang Yu's parents also had a change of expression and hurriedly looked at Wang Yu and shouted. Qin Feiyang also slowly turned to look at Wang Yu. At this moment, Wang Yu stood in the void, a destructive aura rolling in all directions. The lake water tumbled and huge waves surged. The entire calming lake was trembling. Don't do anything stupid. Seeing this scene, Wang Su dropped the battle sword in his hand and hurriedly rushed towards Wang Yuer. It's really enough. I'm really tired too. Grandpa, Mother, Father, let me go. Wang Yuer looked at the three of them and said. Yuer, stop self-explosion, everything can be discussed. Wang Yuer's mother was extremely anxious. Promise me first, let go of your hatred. Although great-grandfather's death makes you very sad, it's not Qin Feiyang's fault in the first place. Why do you have to push the blame to him? You guys weren't so unreasonable in the past. Why have you all become like this now? Do you think that Qin Feiyang is standing there without moving because of guilt or uneasiness? No. He did it for me. He didn't want to see me continue to fall like this. He wanted to use this to wake me up. You all know his personality, and you are even more aware of his strength and methods. If it wasn't for me, do you all think that you would still be alive? He has already done enough for our family. Don't you understand? I just want to ask you, what do you want? Are you really going to force me to my death before you're willing to give up? Wang Yuer roared. Wang Yuer's mother nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, 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 you're right. You're right. Stop it quickly. If you die, how can I live in the future? That's right. Stop. We promise you that we won't look for Qin Feiyang again. We won't force you again. Really? Take it as father begging you, don't do anything stupid, her father also said repeatedly. Wang Yuer glanced at the two of them, then looked at Wang Su and said, Grandpa, what about you? Wang Su's face was gloomy. Father, what are you still hesitating for? Say it quickly. Do you really want to see you, die in front of you? Wang Yuer's parents urged. As an outsider, I really want to say a few words. Sister has really been living too hard these years. On one side is the person she wants to entrust her life to. On the other side is the person closest to her. If Wang Yuanshan's death is really Qin Feiyang's fault, then I won't say anything about what you're doing. I'll even support you. But this matter is Wang Yuanshan's fault from the beginning to the end. For such a person, you forced Sister to become like this. Please ask yourselves, are you really a qualified father, a qualified mother, and a qualified grandfather? While you hate Qin Feiyang, why don't you reflect on yourself? Especially you, Wang Su. Back then, you were also at the miracle and knew everything. Ask yourself with your conscience, is this really Qin Feiyang's fault? Gong Sunbei sighed softly and walked over step by step. Hearing these words, Wang Su and the other two were silent, and they finally realized the harm to Wang Yuer. Stop. Gong Sunbei walked to Wang Yuer and smiled. Brother Gong Sun. Wang Yuer's momentum dissipated, and then she lay in Gong Sunbei's arms and cried bitterly. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. Gong Sunbei patted Wang Yuer's shoulder and comforted her softly. Little Qin Zi, are you stupid? Just these small fries, I can send them to the Western Paradise with a flick of my finger, and they even made her like this. I think you're just itching for a beating. White-eyed Wolf also flew over and scolded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What are you laughing at? Just looking at your brother makes me angry. White-eyed Wolf glared at him and said angrily, Why aren't you taking the Divine Life Pill? Qin Feiyang shook his head, took out a Divine Life Pill and a Spiritual Sea Pill, and threw them into his mouth. His broken sea of qi and broken arm immediately began to repair. White-eyed Wolf looked at Wang Su with an extremely unfriendly look and said, Have you vented enough? Hearing White-eyed Wolf's tone, Wang Zicheng and the other's eyelids suddenly twitched. This brother wolf was not as easy to talk to as the young master. Wang Su looked at White-eyed Wolf, his eyes flashing coldly. Boom! A monstrous ferocious aura suddenly rushed out of White-eyed Wolf's body and instantly enveloped Wang Su and the other two. The three immediately felt a fatal crisis in their hearts. Enough. Qin Feiyang patted White-Eyed Wolf's head. I didn't say I was going to kill them. I just wanted to show them our current strength. White-Eyed Wolf snorted and looked at the three. With your poor cultivation, I can kill you thousands of times with just a breath. Speaking of this, White-Eyed Wolf paused and sneered, so, not to mention that little Qin Zi is right, even if he is wrong, you can only bear with it. After that, White-Eyed Wolf withdrew his ferocious aura and looked at the three with disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Brother Wolf didn't go crazy, otherwise, who could stop him? Although White-Eyed Wolf's words were very strong and domineering, Wang Su and the other two didn't dare to do anything. Because White-Eyed Wolf's ferocious aura had almost cast a shadow on them. Qin Feiyang looked at the three and shook his head. As you said, you all know me. I have been very polite to you, so I also hope this matter will end here. Wang Su was silent. Wang Yuer's parents looked at each other and also fell silent. In fact, the reason is very simple. You hate me and even want to kill me, but it won't affect me at all, because I can completely ignore it. But I hope that you, can live a happier, more relaxed, and more free life. You are all her dearest people. If you really love her, you should think more about her. Qin Feiyang said. Alas. Hearing this, Wang Yuer's mother looked at Wang Yuer, who was crying in Gongsun Bei's arms, and couldn't help but sigh and say, forget it, forget it. Yes. Wang Yuer's father also nodded. Over the years, they didn't realize that some inadvertent restrictions and some self-righteous decisions, which they thought were for their daughter's good, had caused so much harm to her. How could they make up for this harm? Daughter, I'm sorry, we've never thought about your feelings and made you suffer so much. Don't worry, we won't force you to do anything in the future. Even if you really get together with Qin Feiyang, we won't stop you. As long as you're happy and happy. The couple walked behind Wang Yuer, their eyes full of self-blame and guilt. Mother, father, Wang Yuer's delicate body trembled, and she turned to look at the two of them. Her tears were even more uncontrollable. Hundreds of years. Although a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye to cultivators, to her, every day felt like a year. And now, it was finally over. You've suffered all these years. The woman raised her hand and tidied up the messy hair on Wang Yuer's forehead. No, no, Wang Yuer shook her head and threw herself into her mother's arms, crying non-stop. But this time was different. This time, it was tears of joy, tears of relief. Wang Zicheng looked at Wang Su and said with a smile, Old Master Wang, it's time for you to say something. After all, you're the head of the family. And you've seen how happy Yuer is now. I believe you don't want to see her again. Return to your previous state. Let us see your demeanor and elegance back then. We've always believed that you're a sensible old man. Barbarian Bull and the others also spoke. Wang Su looked at everyone present. Not only Wang Zicheng and the others, but even Gongsun Bei and Wang Yuer's parents looked at Wang Su encouragingly. Wang Su, don't make us look down on you. The monkey-faced old man and the hook-nosed old man, who had been silent, also spoke at this time. Wang Su looked at the two of them, then at everyone, and finally at Wang Yuer. Wang Yuer also looked at him with anticipation. Wang Su took a deep breath and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Alright, let's end this matter here. But remember, I'm not doing this because I'm afraid of you. I'm doing this for your sake. Qin Feiyang smiled. Was this important? Of course not. As long as these grudges could be resolved and Wang Yuer could be reborn. And, if you want to get married, it'll never happen unless I'm dead. After saying that, Wang Su turned around and left without looking back. Everything is fine now. Why are you still stopping them? If you want me, we should immediately choose an auspicious day and hold their marriage. Maybe before we leave, we can even give birth to a fat boy for you. The white-eyed wolf was displeased. What are you shouting for? Qin Feiyang secretly glared at it. The white-eyed wolf said in surprise, "Didn't you say that you wanted to propose marriage?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Gong Sunbei secretly laughed. "Brother Wolf, you don't understand this." "What?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. The marriage proposal is just a fuse used to ignite the anger of Wang Su and the others. Gong Sunbei transmitted his voice. Fuse? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. Wang Su and the others hate Qin Feiyang to begin with. How will they react when Qin Feiyang suddenly proposes to marry you? They'll definitely be very angry. If they're angry, they'll naturally lose control and attack Qin Feiyang. And this is Qin Feiyang's purpose. He wants to make use of this to make Yu's inner emotions completely erupt. After all, Yu has always been deeply in love with Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang being beaten up like this, she definitely can't control herself. And the result is, as you saw, using self-destruction to threaten Wang Su and the other two. Let's talk about Wang Su and the other two. What do they care about the most? Of course, it's Yu. Can they be indifferent when they see Yu self-destruct? Definitely not. They'll stop and persuade her. At this time, Yu will also say what she's been hiding in her heart. In the end, when all of us stand out to help persuade them, they can't help but reflect on themselves. Why did they come to this point today? As long as they reflect, they'll naturally be able to find the root of the problem and realize the harm they've caused to Yu over the years. Then, this grudge can be resolved. Gong Sunbei explained secretly. I see. The white-eyed wolf suddenly understood and asked suspiciously, wait, why do you say it can be resolved? Of course, this depends on Wang Su and the other two. If they insist on having their own way and hate Qin Feiyang to the end, it naturally can't be resolved. Fortunately, the three of them haven't been blinded by hatred and let all of this finally come to an end. Gong Sunbei smiled with relief. This was not only a knot in Wang Yu's heart but also in his. He had always regarded Wang Yu as his younger sister. Seeing Wang Yu getting more and more depressed, he naturally felt uncomfortable in his heart. Now that Wang Yu was free, of course, he was relieved. Chapter 2802. Dust settled? White-eyed wolf pursed his lips and said, what kind of dust settled? Only when they get married will it really be dust settled. Marriage, Gong Sunbei looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu. If they could really get married, it would really be a perfect ending. However, even if Wang Su agreed, Qin Feiyang probably wouldn't have this idea. Although Qin Feiyang had tried to accept Yu back then and might have some feelings for her in his heart, hundreds of years had passed. Hundreds of years were enough for Qin Feiyang to forget this little bit of feelings. As expected, Qin Feiyang's current attitude towards Yu should only be that of a pure friend. So it was almost impossible for them to get married. He only hoped that Yu wouldn't take Qin Feiyang's marriage proposal too seriously. Thinking of this, Gong Sunbei was inexplicably worried again. If Yu took it seriously, wouldn't Qin Feiyang be in a dilemma? If Qin Feiyang refused, wouldn't it hurt Yu again? Thinking about it carefully, he felt that this matter seemed to have become complicated again. Wang Zicheng and the others noticed Gong Sunbei's expression at this moment and asked suspiciously, what are you thinking about? You look uneasy. Gong Sunbei sighed softly and secretly expressed his worries. Don't say it. There's really this possibility. Wang Zicheng and the others couldn't help but shudder when they heard this. At the same time, Wang Yu's parents also looked at Wang Yu worriedly. But the problem they were worried about was different from the problem Gong Sunbei and the others were worried about. They were worried about Wang Su's attitude. Wang Su directly said that the two were not allowed to get married unless he died. This undoubtedly cut off Wang Yu's thoughts. Of course, they knew their daughter. She had a soft spot for Qin Feiyang and could even be described as infatuation. Now that Wang Su said this, they were worried that their daughter would take things too hard and do something stupid. In fact, as parents, they didn't intend to object now. As long as their daughter liked it. But facing Wang Su, they had no choice. Wang Yu'er looked at her parents and smiled. Mother, father, you don't have to worry. The couple was stunned. At this moment, the smile on his daughter's face was as bright as when she was young. Obviously. His daughter had already untied the knot in her heart and regained a new life. But that's not right. Hearing Wang Su's words, shouldn't his daughter be discouraged and sad? Why did it seem like he didn't care at all? Wang Yu'er smiled at the couple and then looked at Qin Feiyang. The smile on her face was like a spring breeze. Her entire body was glowing, and her charm was even greater than before. This was the real Wang Yu'er. One was devastatingly beautiful, while the other was an enchantress. However, Qin Feiyang did not have any evil thoughts in his heart. Indeed, as Gong Sunbei had thought, after hundreds of years, he only had friendship with Wang Yu'er now. Wang Yu'er suddenly said, "Do you think I will pester you?" Ugh! Qin Feiyang was astonished. Isn't this too direct? If I take your words seriously, and if my grandfather doesn't object, will you really marry me? Wang Yu'er asked. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, "You're asking a question that will kill you." Wang Yu'er couldn't help laughing at the moment. After thinking for a while, she said, "Well, I'll change a question that's easier to answer. Have you ever liked me before?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded, yes. He didn't want to say something against his will. Although he had been moved by Wang Yu'er at first, as time went by, he did have feelings for Wang Yu'er in his heart. After all, love grows with time. Besides, in the face of such a good woman, even a stubborn stone would be moved. Is there really one? Wang Yu'er asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's enough. Let's get along like good friends in the future. Wang Yu'er smiled. Okay. A smile also appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Perhaps in the eyes of White-Eyed Wolf, this ending was not good, but in his opinion, there was nothing better. Because whether it was Wang Yu'er or himself, they could be completely free from this love tribulation. Gong Sunbei looked at Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, "Then let's go." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Wang Yu'er and said with a smile, "Let's meet at Longfeng House tonight. Do you have time?" Wang Yu'er said, "If you invite me, I'll definitely go." Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, "Well, I officially invite you. Let's talk about it tonight. After all, I'm a busy man now. It depends on whether I have time or not." Wang Yu'er said playfully. Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing, nodded to Wang Yu'er's parents with a smile, and then turned to leave. Gong Sunbei and the others looked at each other and turned to follow with smiles on their faces. Looking at the disappearing figures of the group, Wang Yu'er's parents sighed for a moment. Then, the two of them looked at Wang Yu'er and asked, "Daughter, are you really okay?" "I'm really fine. After this incident, I've thought it through. Feelings can't be forced. Although I like him, he doesn't like me. If we force ourselves to be together, we'll both get hurt in the end. Since that's the case, why should I force it? It's better to open up and bless him to find his true happiness." Wang Yu'er said. Hearing this, the couple's hearts that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. Wang Yu'er looked up at the sky and said, "Father, Mother, I want to go out for a walk." "Where to?" The couple was stunned. "All these years, I've been closing myself off and haven't seen the outside world. Now that the knot in my heart has been untied, I want to go out and take a look." "Where to? I don't know either. Wherever I go, I'll go." Wang Yu'er laughed. "It's good to go out for a walk. However, you can't stay outside for too long. After all, you're now the hall master of the law enforcement hall and have a heavy responsibility." The couple said. "The hall master of the law enforcement hall," Wang Yu'er whispered and laughed. "After I leave, you can look for Brother Gongsun and ask him to choose another hall master." "What? Choose another one. What do you mean? The couple was bewildered. It's not easy to be free. Of course, I have to let myself relax completely. We'll talk about it later. Status and power have never been what I'm after. Wang Yuer smiled faintly. The couple looked at each other and nodded with a smile. All right, as long as you're happy. Back to Qin Feiyang. After leaving Calming Lake, he found a place to wash off the bloodstains on his body and put on a clean set of clothes. He felt refreshed. Gong Sunbei looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Thank you." "Thank me?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for helping Sister Yuer untie the knot in her heart," Gong Sunbei said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "This matter happened because of me. If there's anyone to thank, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for taking care of her all these years. I see her as my sister. It's my duty to take care of her." Gong Sunbei shook his head. "Can you guys not be so polite? She's not an outsider." Wang Zicheng was speechless. Ha! Qin Feiyang and Gong Sunbei looked at each other and could not help but laugh. After strolling for a while, Qin Feiyang suddenly asked, "How's Pei now?" "Him? Pretty good. And all these years, with his own ability, he has managed the Divine Python tribe well. Excluding the Sky Tiger tribe, the current Divine Python tribe is already the strongest tribe on the Forgotten Continent," Gong Sunbei said. "It's all within my expectations." Qin Feiyang smiled. He had always admired Pei Yi and expected that this person would definitely have amazing achievements. As for the Sky Tiger tribe, needless to say, Yan Wei used to be his subordinate, and because of this, the Sky Tiger tribe's status rose. No matter how strong the other tribes were, they would not dare to be presumptuous in front of the Sky Tiger tribe. "To be honest, I want to kidnap this kid to the main tower now. If he joins, I believe that the main tower will definitely become stronger in the future." Gong Sunbei smiled. "That shouldn't be possible. After all, the Divine Python tribe is his home," Qin Feiyang said. "That's what I'm thinking. But sooner or later, we have to find time to talk to him," Gong Sunbei said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Why don't we go and see him now?" "Now?" Gong Sunbei was stunned. "Although I know many people on the Forgotten Continent, there are only a few who left the deepest impression. Pei Yi is one of them. It's rare for me to come back. I have to go and see this old friend." Qin Feiyang smiled. "All right then." Gong Sunbei opened a teleportation gate and a group of people filed in. The next moment, they descended above a mountain range. In the mountains, ancient trees towered into the sky and ferocious beasts ran rampant. There was a huge city in front that emitted an ancient aura. That was the Divine Python tribe. The monkey-faced old man said, "If you don't want to cause a commotion, let Wang Zicheng go and get Pei Yi here." "Why me? I'm not an errand boy." Wang Zicheng was displeased. "You have a problem with me just going to get Pei Yi?" The monkey-faced old man was stunned. "Of course. Viper is here and so is Barbarian Bull. Why don't you let them go?" "Old man, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Wang Zicheng said angrily. The monkey-faced old man was speechless. "Calling someone over is bullying me? What logic is this? You have so many opinions. Seems like I haven't taught you a lesson in a long time. You're itching for a beating." The white-eyed wolf went forward and slapped him with his paw. There was no suspense. Wang Zicheng wailed and flew towards the Divine Python tribe like a shooting star. When Big Barbarian Bull and the rest saw this scene, they all had gloating faces. "Why don't you take a look at who's here? How dare you be so arrogant? You're just asking for it. Humph. You're just relying on the fact that you're stronger than me. Just you wait. Once I catch up to you and surpass you, I'll teach you a lesson." Wang Zicheng muttered under his breath, his face full of displeasure. Chapter 2803. Whoosh! Soon, Wang Zicheng flew out of the divine python tribe with a young man. The man was handsome and looked about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a white robe and his figure was tall and straight, exuding an elegant aura. That's right. He was Pei Yi. A few hundred years had passed. His aura was even more outstanding. No matter where he was the brightest star. But at this moment, Pei Yi looked at Wang Zicheng with a trace of doubt and asked, "Who are you going to see? Why are you being so mysterious? You'll know soon." Wang Zicheng then pointed to the mountain in front and said, "Look, they're all there." Pei Yi looked up and saw Qin Feiyang and the others standing at the edge of the cliff. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang turned around and could only see their backs. Besides, he had completely concealed his aura. The white-eyed wolf was nowhere to be seen. Where was he hiding? Huh? Looking at Gongsun Bei, the monkey-faced old man, the hook-nosed old man, and the bull, Pei Yi's eyes were full of shock. What's going on? The big shots of the main pagoda actually came to the divine python tribe? Pei Yi hurriedly flew over and landed in front of Gongsun Bei. He looked at Qin Feiyang's back view and felt that it seemed a little familiar. However, he didn't think too much about it and hurriedly looked at Gongsun Bei and asked, "Brother Gongsun, did something big happen?" "Something big?" Gongsun Bei was stunned. "Otherwise, why would you all come to the divine python tribe and be so mysterious?" Pei Yi said. Gongsun Bei smiled secretly and nodded with an extremely serious expression. "There is indeed something big." Pei Yi's heart skipped a beat and he asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" "Someone wants to see you. This person is not to be trifled with and seems to have a feud with you," Gongsun Bei said. Barbarian Bull and the others couldn't help but blush when they saw Gongsun Bei speaking as if he was telling the truth. "See me?" Pei Yi was slightly stunned and asked, "Who?" "Him." Gongsun Bei pointed at Qin Feiyang. Pei Yi looked at Qin Feiyang again, only to find that he did look rather familiar. "Brother Pei, I'm the one who's here to cause trouble for you." Qin Feiyang chuckled and turned around slowly to look at Pei Yi. Ugh! Staring at Qin Feiyang's face, Pei Yi was dumbfounded. "Brat, take this." It was also at this moment. The white-eyed wolf hollered coldly and leaped out from a bush on the mountainside. It swiped its paw at Pei Yi. Pei Yi frantically turned to look at her, only to be dumbfounded. What was going on? If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. But didn't they go to the ancient realm long ago? Although white-eyed wolf seemed menacing, he suddenly braked when he was near Pei Yi and draped his arm around Pei Yi's neck. He chuckled and said, "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" "This, you guys." Pei Yi glanced at white-eyed wolf and then looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing opposite him. He could not react at all. "Why do all of you have this reaction when you see us? I know you miss us very much, but can't you calm down?" The white-eyed wolf was helpless. "This is not a matter of being calm. You guys appeared too suddenly. At least let us know in advance." Pei Yi smiled bitterly and looked at Gongsun Bei and the others. He said helplessly, "And you guys, you actually joined forces to scare me." How could he remain calm when he suddenly saw his old friends whom he had not seen for years standing in front of him? Haha, Gongsun Bei and the others could not help but laugh. "How is it? Are you doing well now?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Pei Yi took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Thanks to you, everything is fine." "What has it got to do with me?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Of course it has something to do with me. We're friends. Because of this, Brother Gongsun, as the chief tower master, will naturally take special care of the divine python tribe." Pei Yi smiled. "Don't say that. If outsiders hear this, they'll think that I'm giving special treatment." Gongsun Bei shook his head and smiled. Ha! Pei Yi laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, why did you come back? After so many years, I missed you guys, so I came back to visit. Qin Feiyang smiled. Come back to visit? Pei Yi was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and asked, in other words, you guys are still going to leave? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. For major figures like you, Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent aren't big enough for you. Pei Yi shook his head and smiled. You're making fun of us. What big shots. We're just ordinary people. I envy you. You're carefree and carefree. When you're free, you can even get together with a group of old friends to drink tea and chat. How great is that? Qin Feiyang said. There's nothing to be envious about. Because that's how life is. When you're envious of others, others are also envious of you. Besides, our situations and pursuits are different. Naturally, the paths we take are different. Pei Yi smiled. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Are the two of you interesting? It's not easy for you guys to get together. Why are you guys talking about such incomprehensible principles? The white-eyed wolf glared at the two of them. Ha! Qin Feiyang and Gongsun Bei looked at each other and laughed. Pei Yi asked, how about it? Shall we take a walk in the tribe? Forget it, I don't want to cause a stir. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. What should we do then? I still want to talk to you and have a few drinks. Pei Yi said. We'll have a gathering at Long Feng House tonight. Let's have a few drinks then. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. So you've already made plans. Pei Yi nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, that's why I specially came to invite you. I wonder if Brother Pei will do me the honor. You rascal, Pei Yi shook his head and laughed. Even if he didn't, he would still take the initiative to visit Qin Feiyang when he knew that he would be at Long Feng House tonight. This was because he had always treated Qin Feiyang as a true friend, one that didn't have any beneficial relationship with him. This kind of friend was the purest. All right then, we'll go to other places and wait for you at Long Feng House tonight. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Okay. Pei Yi nodded. Also, Qin Feiyang said again. Go ahead. Pei Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a crystal meridian and a spirit meridian appeared. What's this? Pei Yi was surprised. This is a crystal meridian and a spirit meridian. It'll be of great help to your cultivation. Take it as a token of appreciation between friends. Don't mind. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mind? Pei Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. How can I mind what you give me? However, although I don't know what the crystal meridian and spirit meridian are for, I can tell at a glance that they're not ordinary items. I'm really a little. Before Pei Yi could finish, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, since we're friends, don't stand on ceremony with me. Besides, I've already given you 10 crystal meridian and spirit meridian. Since you've already said so, if I still refuse, I'll seem too pretentious. Okay, then I'll accept it. Pei Yi nodded. There's more. Qin Feiyang took out a legendary divine artifact and a supreme divine art. He smiled and said, this is for you too. This, Pei Yi looked at the divine art and divine artifact and said, I'm a little flattered that you're giving me these gifts as soon as you come back. Enough. Don't be like a girl. This is a legendary divine artifact and a supreme divine artifact. It's more than enough to be the most precious treasure of the divine python tribe. White-eyed wolf said. Okay, okay. Pei Yi nodded and took the divine artifact and the divine art. He said with a smile, I won't say any words of gratitude. I'll keep it in mind. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, also, when I leave, I'll leave behind all the pills that can unlock the door of potential. When the time comes, you can go to the Great Qin Empire and get them from my father. Then I definitely won't stand on ceremony. Pei Yi smiled. Pei Yi's door of potential was not fully open because Qin Feiyang couldn't open the last few pages of the Pills Sutra at that time. Okay, let's meet again tonight. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Pei Yi nodded. Gong Sunbei looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, then where are we going next? Let's go to the city, but let's keep a low profile and not cause a sensation. Qin Feiyang said. Gong Sunbei smiled and said, then let's all change our appearances. Let's go. All of a sudden, everyone took out the illusory pills, including the monkey-faced old man and the hook-nosed old man. After changing their appearances, the group opened the portal and headed to the Divine City. The Divine City was the largest city in the Central Divine Kingdom. For example, the Trading Pavilion and the Dragon Phoenix House were all located in the Divine City. After Qin Feiyang and the others left, Pei Yi shook his head and said with a smile, I didn't expect that guy to come back. Then, he raised his head and looked at the crystal vein and spirit vein floating in the void, his eyes full of curiosity. Then, he looked at the legendary divine artifact again. Legendary? Was it very strong? He was curious and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. Then, he grabbed it in his hand and tried to swing it at the mountains and rivers in front of him. Boom! Crack! The mountains and rivers in front of him immediately began to collapse and sink. It was like a scene of doomsday. Pei Yi was greatly taken aback by the sight. This was too terrifying. It had such power even before it was awakened. If it was awakened, wouldn't it destroy the world? Patriarch, what's going on? The commotion also alarmed the people of the Divine Python tribe. A group of people flew out, thinking that it was a strong enemy, but when they saw that only Pei Yi was there, they were all puzzled. It's okay, it's okay. Pei Yi hurriedly waved his hand, looked down at the divine artifact in his hand, and muttered, this is really a big gift. To be honest, although he had known Qin Feiyang for many years, he had never really helped Qin Feiyang with anything. In other words, the relationship between the two of them was very ordinary. If it was someone else, they could only be considered as a very ordinary friend at most. But Qin Feiyang first gave him the pill to unlock the door of potential, and now he gave him these divine artifacts. Their friendship was really higher than the sky and thicker than the earth. It was rare to have such a close friend in life. This friendship must be cherished. Chapter 2804. Although the Divine City had changed a bit over the years, they could still find familiar shadows in some places. Qin Feiyang and his group were like ordinary people. They walked on the streets of the Divine City and looked at their surroundings. Don't say it. Although we've been in the Central Divine Kingdom for so many years and have been to the Divine City countless times, we always came and went in a hurry. This is the first time we've observed the Divine City so carefully. It's really a different scenery. The bull smiled. Every place has a different scenery, but we don't pay attention to it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. There are too many things to do in life. Who has time to pay attention to these things? The monkey-faced old man shook his head. But these are the things in the world. Sometimes, I can inadvertently comprehend something from it. Qin Feiyang smiled. The monkey-faced old man was dazed and shook his head. It seems that our state of mind is indeed different. That's because you haven't reached that level yet. When you enter the nine heavens state or even the imperishable state in the future, you'll find that some things are in the most ordinary places. Qin Feiyang said. Us? The group smiled bitterly. Not to mention the nine heavens state or the imperishable state, they didn't even dare to think about the nine heavens state or the imperishable state. Trust me, with the spirit vein and the crystal vein, you'll reach that level sooner or later. Qin Feiyang said. The hook-nosed old man smiled. Okay, then we'll look forward to that day. Time flew. The sun gradually set. The red lanterns on both sides of the street lit up. The Divine City was even more lively at night. The white-eyed wolf said, we should go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. The night had already fallen. He smiled. Let's go. I'm looking forward to seeing Fatso's reaction when he sees us. The white-eyed wolf smiled. Him. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and said, I'm sure that once he sees us, he will definitely complain to us with tears and snot. Then, when we sympathize with him, he will ask us for gifts. Ha, you really know him well. Gongsun Beida laughed. Qin Feiyang said, we've been brothers for so many years. How could I not understand? Half an hour later. A luxurious restaurant came into the sight of Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. That was the Longfeng Pavilion. At this moment, there were many people surrounding the Longfeng house. Among these people, there was no lack of outstanding young people. Everyone looked at the tightly shut doors of the Longfeng Pavilion, their faces filled with suspicion. What's going on today? The Longfeng Pavilion actually closed its doors and rejected guests. Don't you know? At noon, the steward of the restaurant announced that the Longfeng restaurant has been reserved for the night and no one is allowed to enter. Reserved? Who's so rich? You can book the entire Longfeng Pavilion? Then I don't know. I heard that this was personally instructed by old Senior Yi Shu. Yes. It can't be, Yi Shu personally instructed. Doesn't that mean that even Yi Shu has to respect the person who booked the Longfeng Pavilion? Isn't that so? But we didn't manage to find out the identity of this person. Everyone was discussing. Creak. Suddenly. The tightly shut doors opened. Two waiters walked out and stood on both sides of the door. Brothers, do you know who's the one who booked the whole place? One of the young men in luxurious clothes immediately ran over, looked at the two waiters, and asked doubtfully. We don't know either, so don't ask. Also, I'll have to trouble everyone not to surround this place. The attitude of the two waiters was not bad as they smiled warmly. So mysterious. Everyone was even more curious. All right, don't block the way. Quickly get out of the way for this young master. Suddenly. Behind the crowd, a loud shout sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw 1.7-meter-tall Fatso, who was wearing a purple robe and had a big belly, walking over with his head held high and his chest puffed out. This Fatso looked to be around 20 years old, but his face was full of arrogance. Moreover, although he looked a little arrogant and domineering, the aura he exuded was very strong. A 5-star war master. Situ Feiyang. When everyone saw Fatso, their expressions changed slightly as they hurriedly retreated to the side. Beside Fatso, there was a man and a woman. This man and woman were Lu Xiaofei and Lu Xiaojia. Behind the three of them, there were 10 guards. They were all wearing cold black armor and their faces were expressionless. They looked extremely cold. Their cultivation was even stronger, and they were all 9-star war emperors. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others also walked to the back of the crowd and immediately looked at Lu Xiaofei and the others. Isn't that Xiaofei and Xiaojia? The white-eyed wolf muttered. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaofei and his sister, then looked at Fatso and said, from the looks of it, that little Fatso is Situ Feiyang. Damn, look at his smug look. He's exactly the same as his father. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Qin Feiyang laughed. Not only are their personalities the same, their figures are also similar. This is what you call a biological son. I only hope that when they have a daughter in the future, she won't look like Fatso. Otherwise, how will she get married in the future? The white-eyed wolf laughed sinisterly. Is there anyone who talks like you? Qin Feiyang was speechless. But then again, Fatso must have accumulated good karma in his previous life to get such a capable and beautiful wife like Li Yan. Didn't I already say so? This Longfeng house has already been booked for tonight. What are you all still doing here? Looking at the monkeys? Situ Feiyang walked through the crowd and slowly turned around to look at the people around him as he shouted. Damn Fatso, are we hindering you by standing here? A well-dressed young man said angrily. Of course you're hindering this young master because you'll affect this young master's mood. Situ Feiyang said arrogantly. Mood? Can you go in? Looking at his smug look, many people couldn't help but look at him in disdain. Are you all stupid? If I can't go in, why would this young master come to the Longfeng house? Situ Feiyang's face was full of disdain. What? You can go in. So, you're the one who booked the whole place. Everyone was stunned. Me? Situ Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. Although this young master is very familiar with old man Yi, I don't have the ability to book the entire Longfeng house. Then why did you say, fart? Everyone immediately rolled their eyes. Fuck. Although this young master can't book the whole place, this young master is still one of the invited VIPs. What about you guys? You can only stand outside and stare. So, you guys are not on the same level as this young master. Situ Feiyang raised his head and his nose to the sky. That posture was really carved from the same mold as Fatso. He's indeed a little arrogant and domineering. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's his personality. However, he's quite a good person. He's also very respectful to us old people. The monkey-faced old man smiled. It's fine as long as he's not a playboy. Qin Feiyang smiled. Does he dare to? You don't know. When this Li Yan is fierce, she's even scarier than a tigress. Wang Zicheng said. It can't be, right? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. In their memory, Li Yan was a well-educated and well-mannered young lady. Why not? I remember that a few years ago, Situ Feiyang went to a brothel and fooled around with a group of bad friends. Li Yan found out. After Li Yan learned about it, she immediately sent someone to capture him. Later, this kid was so miserable that he was directly beaten up and had to lie in bed for half a month before he could get up. Wang Zicheng said. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really valiant. So, even if this kid was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to be a playboy. At most, he would just flaunt his power with his mouth. Wang Zicheng shook his head. That's not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. After all, Li Yan is also from a wealthy family and is used to seeing those playboys. Naturally, she doesn't want her descendants to become like them. Let's talk about it later. For example, young people like Situ Feiyang and Lu Xiaofei, because of our generation, were born to be favored by the heavens. Such people naturally have to be educated well and be good examples for other young people. Only then can we, the elders, be proud. Viper smiled. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was the problem he was worried about. Because of their generation, the descendants of the next generation all became foxes who relied on the might of the tiger to bully others. After all, this was too common. But fortunately, it didn't happen to him. Someone at the scene couldn't stand Situ Feiyang's attitude and said angrily, "Damn Fatso, don't just talk. If you have the ability, go in first." I'll go in. Situ Feiyang smiled proudly and turned around, leaving the back of everyone's head behind. Brother Xiaofei, Sister Xiaojia, don't lower yourself to the same level as these people. Let's go in. Lu Xiaofei and his sister shook their heads and smiled bitterly. This brother, couldn't he keep a low profile? Welcome, young masters and young mistresses. The two waiters at the door looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They hurried forward to welcome them. They seemed to be a little helpless against Situ Feiyang's character. So be it. Was there a need to stand at the door and show off to these irrelevant people for half a day? Damn, they can really go in. When the people who went to question them saw the three of them enter the Longfeng pavilion, their faces were filled with shock. How is it? Are you convinced now? All of you, get lost. Don't block the door. We have important guests coming. Situ Feiyang turned to look at the people outside the door and smiled smugly. As for the 10 bodyguards that Situ Feiyang brought along, they were stopped outside by the 2 waiters. The 10 guards were also quite tactful. They stood on both sides of the door and obediently guarded outside. We have important guests. Everyone was stunned. Ha! There are so many people. Accompanied by a faint laughter, a young man in white landed at the entrance of the restaurant. Uncle Pei, long time no see. I missed you so much. Situ Feiyang's eyes lit up and he immediately scurried towards the young man in white. It's the chief of the divine python tribe, Pei Yi. He's here too. Everyone was shocked. Yes, that person was Pei Yi. Pei Yi was now a famous figure in the Central Divine Kingdom. It was difficult for ordinary people to see him. But now, he actually came to Longfeng Pavilion personally. What was going on? At the same time, staring at the fawning Situ Feiyang, Pei Yi couldn't help but chide, "Rascal, you actually miss me too." "I swear to God." Situ Feiyang exclaimed. "Hello, Uncle Pei." Lu Xiaofei and his sister also stepped forward to bow. They were not very close to Pei Yi, but they had met him several times. "You guys are here too." Pei Yi looked at the siblings and smiled gently. "Yes." The siblings nodded. Pei Yi scanned the empty hall and asked apprehensively, "Are you guys the only ones here? Where are the others?" "We just arrived too." "The others should be on their way here too," Lu Xiaofei said. "Seems like I'm early then." Pei Yi shook his head and smiled. "It's getting late, hurry and come in." At this moment, accompanied by the sound of an old man's laughter, Yishu walked out of the back hall of the restaurant. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Pei Yi hurriedly bowed. "How many times have I told you not to bow so casually? We're not strangers anyway." Yishu looked at him in displeasure. "You're an elder while I'm a junior. I still have to show you the proper etiquette." Pei Yi smiled. Yishu shook his head and chuckled. "Okay, come in." "All right." Pei Yi smiled and entered the restaurant. Yishu smiled and asked, "He invited you here, right?" "Yes." Pei Yi nodded and smiled again. "Even if he didn't invite me, I still have to take the initiative to come and join in the fun since he's back." "That's true. After all, you guys are close." Yishu smiled. "Him? Who exactly is this him?" Even Yishu personally stayed at Longfeng Pavilion to entertain him. The people outside the door were even more bewildered after hearing their conversation. Chapter 2805. "Let's go in too," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Okay." Everyone nodded. But before they could take a step, another woman arrived at the door. Isn't she the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Wang Yu her? I didn't expect her to come too." "The Central Divine Kingdom." "No, the entire Forgotten Continent, who doesn't know this ice beauty? It's usually difficult to even see her, but now she actually came to the Longfeng Pavilion in person." Everyone was in disbelief. Wang Yu naturally wouldn't show off like Situ Feiyang and directly entered the 9th floor. "You're here too." Yishu looked up at Wang Yu and smiled. "Yes." Wang Yu nodded. Pei Yi glanced at Yishu and then at Wang Yu and said, "Old Master Yi, why aren't you surprised by her arrival?" "You still don't know. Qin Feiyang has already put an end to this matter." Yishu smiled secretly. "Ended?" Pei Yi was stunned and asked suspiciously, "How did it end?" "I've only heard about it, I don't know the details. But what I can be sure of is that the feud between Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu has indeed ended. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the Longfeng Pavilion now." Yishu smiled secretly. "That's true. But the root of this feud is still Wang Su, he has to say it." Pei Yi said. "Wang Su has already said it." Yishu smiled faintly. "It seems that it has indeed been completely ended." Pei Yi smiled secretly. What are the two of you muttering secretly about? Wang Yu looked at the two of them suspiciously. Of course, I'm saying that you're beautiful and capable. Especially now, you can charm people with a smile. Pei Yi said with a smile. Ah. Wang Yu was stunned and speechless. Why didn't I realize before that you're so glib? That's because you were too cold in the past, I didn't dare to get close to you. Pei Yi said. Wang Yu was helpless. Haha, this is truly a joyous occasion that makes one feel refreshed. Suddenly, another hoarse laughter rang out, and a white-haired old man appeared out of thin air in front of the restaurant. Greetings, elderly. Wang Yu and Pei Yi immediately stepped forward to greet him. Grandpa. Great-grandfather. Situ Feiyang and Lu Xiaofei also ran up to the old man. You three little fellows run faster than anyone else. The old man rubbed their heads affectionately before turning to look at Wang Yu and Pei Yi. You're all powerful figures in the Forgotten Continent now, and you've all been entrusted with important responsibilities. I'm just a nobody, and I can't accept such a great gift from you. Pei Yi shook his head and chuckled. You must be joking. No matter what, we're still your juniors. Brat, you have a conscience. The old man laughed and walked into the restaurant. He asked, Elder Yi, is the banquet ready? I don't think I invited you. Yi Shu looked at the old man with displeasure. Can't I come without an invitation? The old man was not angry at all, and his face was pleasant. Yi Shu shook his head and said with a smile, everything is ready. We're just waiting for the main character to appear. The old man asked, where is the main character now? I don't know. Yi Shu shook his head. The old man then looked at Wang Yu and Pei Yi. I don't know either. Pei Yi said. Wang Yu shook her head too. The old man looked at Lu Xiaofei and the other two and asked, you guys don't know either? No. The three of them shook their heads. This kid likes to be mysterious. The old man was stunned. Oh my God, he's actually here too. Yeah. This is too shocking. Who is he? He doesn't seem to be very powerful, but why does he seem to have a powerful background? You mean you're not from the Divine City? Yes. It's my first time here. No wonder. This old man may have a weak cultivation level, but he was still very famous a few hundred years ago. A few hundred years ago, he was the supervisor of the Divine City's trading pavilion. His name is Li He, but he has retired in recent years and rarely appears in public. Hence, not many people remember him. However, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is his granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Granddaughter? Grandson-in-law? Yes. His granddaughter is the current owner of the trading pavilion, Li Yan. Oh, I see. Since it's Li Yan, I won't say much about Li He's grandson-in-law. I know that. He's fatso, I think his name is Situ. Yes, Situ Tianyu, and he's Qin Feiyang's brother. That's right. But I heard that this guy is very henpecked. That can't be. He's Qin Feiyang's brother. Why would he be henpecked? Isn't Qin Feiyang's brother afraid of his wife? I reckon that even Qin Feiyang is a henpecked husband. The people murmured softly. Who said that Fat Lord is henpecked? Come out and see how Fat Lord will deal with you. Suddenly, an angry shout came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned their heads to look and their faces suddenly changed. A fat man with a big head and big ears strode over. That big belly looked like it was pregnant for 10 months. He was wearing a loose golden robe and looked like a nouveau riche. However, such a fatso was followed by a petite woman. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old. She had fair skin and a slim waist, exuding the charm of a mature woman. The woman was holding Fatso's arm like a little bird. No matter who saw this scene, they would have the same thought. A flower was inserted in a pile of cow dung. Damn, the gap is too big. It's too unreasonable. Such a man can actually marry such a capable and beautiful wife. The people were indignant. You little guys only care about appearance. You're too shallow. Do you know what a beautiful heart is? A beautiful soul, that's what Grandpa Fatty is talking about. You can torture him slowly. Wife, let's go. Fatso glanced at the group of people with disdain and went straight into the restaurant. A beautiful heart. On the other side. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf were speechless when they heard this. Since when did Fatso have anything to do with a beautiful heart? Sigh. What kind of world is this now? I really can't figure it out. Look at me. I'm so handsome, but I still don't have a girlfriend. Are women nowadays blind? Someone lamented in their heart. Brother, didn't you just say that he's afraid of his wife? But why doesn't it look like it now? What do you know? This is a sensible woman. A sensible woman will leave enough face for her man outside. It's hard to say when they get home. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard these discussions, they couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Back home. Of course, they would be served with a washboard. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Thank you, please excuse me. Gong Sunbei walked in front, smiling apologetically while gently pushing the crowd in front. Why are you pushing? Do you think you can go in? Someone looked at Gong Sunbei with dissatisfaction. But Gong Sunbei just smiled faintly. In the end, the group of people finally got through the crowd and came to the entrance of the restaurant. At that moment, everyone looked at them in surprise. Everyone, I'm sorry. Tonight, our Longfeng restaurant is entertaining distinguished guests, so please choose another place. The two waiters also blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, saying apologetically. We're invited. Gong Sunbei smiled. You guys? The two of them looked at the group of people suspiciously. These people, regardless of appearance or temperament, were very ordinary. How could they be invited? I've never seen them before. But looking at them, they don't seem to be lying. It's really strange. The surrounding people were also filled with suspicion. Yishu noticed the situation outside and looked up. At first, he was also a little confused because they were all unfamiliar faces. However, when he saw the white-eyed wolf transformed into a big black dog, his face suddenly changed slightly. He quickly ran out, looked at the two waiters, and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of the way for this old man." Yes. The two waiters were shocked and quickly retreated to the side. Then, they looked at Qin Feiyang and the others in surprise. Were they really invited distinguished guests? And looking at Elder Ye's attitude, it seemed that they were very important. You've been waiting for a long time. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Shu and said with a smile. Since you know, why didn't you come earlier? We were waiting for you. Yi Shu glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. I had nothing to do, so I went to walk around. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. Then, he marched forward and entered the restaurant. Gong Sunbei and the others also walked in one after another. Fatso, Li Yan, Li He, and Zhuge Feiyang had been staring at Qin Feiyang for a long time. Especially Fatso, his body was trembling. Is he the one Yishu is serving? Who is he? Yishu, Pei Yi, Wang Yu, Fatso and his wife, which one of them isn't a powerful figure? And now, they're waiting for this person. Everyone stared at Qin Feiyang's back, their eyes full of surprise. If they knew that Gong Sunbei, the monkey-faced old man, the hook-nosed old man, and Wang Zicheng were also there, they would be even more shocked. Yishu turned to look at the people outside and said to the two waiters, "Guard outside and close the door. Don't let anyone in to disturb us." Yes. The two of them responded respectfully and closed the door of the restaurant. Then, they stood straight at the door and scanned the people on the street with sharp eyes. Chapter 2806. Outside the restaurant, it was noisy. But inside the restaurant, it was as silent as dead ashes. The others had already seen Qin Feiyang, only Fatso's family had not seen him yet. At this moment, the family looked at Qin Feiyang, nervous and expectant. Qin Feiyang smiled, took out a facial restoration pill and put it in his mouth. The others also changed back to their original appearances. Boss, Brother Wolf, looking at the familiar faces of the man and the wolf, Fatso's eyes suddenly moistened. Long time no see. Qin Feiyang smiled. Boss, Fatso immediately pounced on Qin Feiyang and hugged him tightly, saying, Boss, do you know how much I've missed you all these years? I've missed you too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Damn. What's the use of just missing? Don't you have to compensate me for the mental damage? All these years, I've been thinking about you day and night, and I've been in a daze all day. Look at me now, I've lost a lot of weight thinking about you. Fatty exclaimed with tears and snot running down his face. Sure enough. Gong Sun Bei and the others looked at each other. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf were right. They complained as soon as they met and asked for a greeting gift. Lost a lot of weight. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he kicked Fatso away, saying, Go and look at yourself in the mirror. Have you lost weight? You've obviously gained a lot of weight. Have I? Fatso was stunned. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, looked at the couple, and said with a smile, But I'm really happy to see you guys living so well. We're also very happy to see you back. Li Yan smiled. Relatively speaking, Li Yan was calmer. Boss, I'm not happy at all. You don't know, I've been bullied by this tigress all these years, mentally and physically exhausted. Boss, no matter what, you have to make it up to me. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully with a bitter face. Who are you calling a tigress? Li Yan's face suddenly darkened as she shouted. This, Fatso immediately panicked. He hurriedly hid behind Qin Feiyang and said, Boss, did you see that? His nature has been exposed. Situ Feiyang walked up to Li Yan and said disdainfully, Mom, look at how embarrassing Dad is. Stinky brat, who are you talking about? Fatso glared at him. I didn't say who. Dad, you must be too excited. You must be hallucinating and hearing things. Situ Feiyang chuckled. Get lost. Fatso glared at Situ Feiyang. Li Yan shook her head and laughed. She looked at Situ Feiyang and said, Your father is happy. Even if you're happy, you don't have to be like this. Situ Feiyang pouted. You brat, do you understand? Do you know how I got along with your Uncle Qin back then? We were brothers who went through life and death together. You, on the other hand, have no manners at all at your age. Don't you know how to greet Uncle Qin when you see him? Fatty stepped forward and smacked Situ Feiyang's head hard on the head. It hurts. Situ Feiyang immediately rubbed his head and looked at Fatso with dissatisfaction. You know pain. Do you still need me to do it? Fatso said angrily. Don't. Situ Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and walked up to Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, Greetings, Uncle Qin. What kind of bow is this? Fatso kicked Situ Feiyang's butt. Situ Feiyang immediately staggered and knelt on the ground. That's enough. Besides, it's not like you don't know that I don't like this. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and shook his head. No. He's your nephew. That's a must. Fatso's attitude was very firm. He looked at Situ Feiyang and said, Brat, do you need me to teach you what to do? Situ Feiyang was about to cry. He lay on the ground and said, Greetings, Uncle Qin. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He reached out and pulled Situ Feiyang up and said, You're too much like your father. Who the hell is like him? Henpecked husband. Situ Feiyang pouted. What did you say? Fatso immediately frowned. No. Situ Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a flattering smile, I said that you're a good man who loves his wife. That's more like it. Fatso nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Boss, look, your nephew has already knelt to greet you. As his uncle, shouldn't you do something? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He said speechlessly, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. How would I dare to trick you, boss? I just wanted to say that since it's the first time you've met, you should give me some gifts, right? Fatso chuckled. That's right, Uncle Qin. Since it's the first time we've met, you should at least give me something, right? Look, they're both your juniors, but you've given Xiaofei and Xiaojia such powerful divine weapons and divine arts. I'm their elder brother. Even if you don't give me a better gift than theirs, at least it can't be worse than theirs. Uncle Qin, you're my idol. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Situ Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang. His expression was exactly the same as Fatso's. As expected of father and son. Everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Qin Feiyang also couldn't help but smile. He took out a divine weapon and a divine art. Situ Feiyang's eyes lit up. He had already seen the divine arts and divine weapons of Lu Xiaofei and his sister. Judging from the aura of the divine arts and divine weapons that Uncle Qin took out, they were on the same level as the divine weapons and divine arts of Lu Xiaofei and his sister. Don't worry. Seeing that Situ Feiyang was about to take them, Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Situ Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The divine weapons and divine arts flew to Li Yan and said, let your mother take care of them first. I'll give them to you after you perform well. Situ Feiyang's face fell when he heard this. Give them to his mother. Wasn't this like throwing a meat bun at a dog? Wasn't it a one-way trip? All right. I'll reluctantly take care of them for you first. Li Yan chuckled. Mom, you can't do this. Situ Feiyang said weakly. What? You have a problem with it? Li Yan glared at him. I wouldn't dare. I was just about to give them to you personally. After all, I'm still so young. Why would I need divine weapons and divine arts? Situ Feiyang smiled flatteringly. You're the only one with a glib tongue. Li Yan glared at Situ Feiyang in amusement. Then, under Situ Feiyang's pitiful gaze, she put away the divine weapons and divine arts. Boss, this stinky brat already has them. As his father, I can't not have them. Fatso rubbed his hands and said with a smile. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and took out another divine weapon and divine arts. Fatso didn't hesitate to snatch them. Qin Feiyang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The divine weapons and divine arts flew to Li Yan in an instant. He said with a smile, Here. Then I'll work a little harder and take care of them for him. Li Yan said with a smile. Don't. My lord wife. Fatso hurried over, but he didn't have time. He could only watch as Li Yan put them away. Fatso was also stunned. The father and son looked like frosted eggplants. What was the difference between giving them and not giving them? Why was their life so hard? Dad, why did you fall in love with Mom back then? Why didn't you change? Situ Feiyang sighed. Maybe it was because your eyes were blinded by shit back then. Fatso shook his head. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Yan and Li He were also used to it. Because this kind of situation happened almost every day. Don't say it. It was quite happy to live in such a family. All right, the banquet is ready. Let's go up. Yi Shu said with a smile. Lu Xiaofei looked around and asked, where is it? Why don't I see it? Look at how impatient you are. Come with me. Yi Shu shook his head with a smile, turned around, and walked upstairs. It's all because the food in Dragon Wind Restaurant is too delicious. Lu Xiaofei followed and chuckled. Ha, as long as it's delicious. I'll fill you up today. Yi Shu laughed heartily. On the top floor, in a large private room, everyone sat around a table. The table was more than 10 meters in diameter, and the table was filled with delicacies. There were also dozens of jars of wine in the corner. So much wine. Old man Yi, are you going to drink until you're drunk? The monkey-faced old man was stunned. Of course. Yi Shu nodded, then looked at everyone and said, I'll make it clear in advance. No one can use battle chi or divine power to dissolve the alcohol. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The hook-nosed old man said with a provocative look. Arrogant? Don't beg for mercy later. Yi Shu sneered. Let's see who's going to beg for mercy later. The monkey-faced old man said. Ah! Look at the two of you. Are you planning to join forces to deal with me? Yi Shu looked at the two of them and frowned. Of course we'll deal with whoever's the most arrogant first. The hook-nosed old man said. Yi Shu said, all right, I'll accompany you to the end today. As he said that, Yi Shu carried a few jars of wine and placed them on the table. Since you're so happy, I'll join in the fun too. Li He said with a smile. I've been waiting for you to say that. Yi Shu directly picked up a jar of wine and threw it to Li He. Since everyone is in such a good mood, let's try the wine I brought back from the ancient realm. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. Yi Shu and the others immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. The wine uncle brought back from the ancient realm is a peerless divine brew. Lu Xiaofei said. Is that so? Everyone looked at him. Of course. My sister and I have already tried it. Lu Xiaofei nodded. Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, Boss, don't hide it. Take it out. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Hui, give me a few more jars. I really don't have any more. Hui's voice suddenly sounded, full of anger. Don't force me to threaten you. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Fine, I'm afraid of you, okay? Hui was extremely helpless and had no choice but to take out 50 jars of heavenly immortal wine. Straightforward. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled. With a thought, 50 jars of heavenly immortal wine immediately appeared on the ground next to him. A peerless divine brew, is it really that exaggerated? Fatso walked over with a skeptical attitude and opened the lid of one of the jars. An intoxicating wine fragrance immediately wafted out. This wine fragrance, the eyes of Yi Shu and the others immediately lit up. They knew that this wine was definitely a divine brew. Chapter 2807. Come on, let's have a jar each. Fatty carried the wine jars and placed them in front of everyone. Dad, where's mine? Situ Feiyang asked. Uncle, me too. Lu Xiaofei raised his hand. Lu Xiaojia was also eager to join in. Why are all of you kids drinking? Go down and get some juice for yourselves. Fatso said. Dad, you're discriminating against us. Situ Feiyang was immediately displeased. That's right. Xiaojia is only in her teens. She's not an adult yet. But my brother and I are already adults. Why can't we drink? Lu Xiaofei was indignant. Adults? Take off your pants then. Let me see if your hair is fully grown. Fatso glanced at the two of them. Cough, cough. Pei Yi, who was drinking water, choked on it. He looked up at Fatso speechlessly and said, There are female compatriots here. Can you not be so straightforward? Apart from Xiaojia, are the rest of them considered female compatriots? Fatso glanced at Wang Yu, Li Yan, and the Spirit Queen. Fatso, what do you mean by that? Aren't we women? His words immediately aroused the anger of the few women. You're all tigresses. How are you women? Fatso shook his head. Wang Yu's face turned sullen and she looked at Li Yan. You're really asking for a beating. Don't worry, let him be smug first. I'll teach him a lesson when we get home. Li Yan said with a smile. Ah. Fatso's body stiffened. Wang Yu, and the other women immediately gloated. Qin Feiyang and the others also had a mocking look on their faces. Li He chuckled and looked at Fatso. Since Xiaofei and the rest want to drink, give them a jar. Grandpa, Li Yan immediately looked at Li He in displeasure. I'm happy. Just let them be. Besides, they won't each have a jar. The three of them will share a jar. It's not a big deal. Li He said with a smile. You're spoiling them. Li Yan was displeased. Actually, it doesn't matter. Thinking back to when you guys were little Fei's age, didn't you all start drinking? Yi Shu said. Li Yan glanced at Yi Shu, then at Li He, then at Lu Xiaofei, his sister, and Situ Feiyang. I agree, but don't go too far. Thanks, Mom. Thank you, Aunt. The three of them laughed joyfully. Lu Xiaofei immediately ran over with a jar and said, Brother, come and ask if it smells good. Situ Feiyang leaned forward, his face instantly filled with intoxication, and said, This wine should only exist in the heavens. Looking at the two brats, Li Yan shook her head and smiled helplessly. Fatso returned to his seat, looked at Lu Xiaofei and the other two, and said, The three of you, don't get drunk over there. Go and pour wine for everyone. Little Jia, you go. Lu Xiaofei and Situ Feiyang were already drinking. This smell was simply too delicious. Lu Xiaojia shook her head helplessly. She stood up and poured wine for everyone. She appeared natural and unrestrained, sensible, and obedient. It's good to have a daughter. Li Yan looked at Lu Xiaojia, her face full of affection. Then you and Fatso can have another child. White-Eyed Wolf said. One child is already so troublesome. How can I be in the mood to have another child? Li Yan shook her head. What's so troublesome? If you can't take care of him, Grandpa will help you. Li He looked at Li Yan and said. Obviously, he had this thought long ago. You? Li Yan glanced at Li He, shook her head, and said, Forget it. I don't know what will happen if you bring him up. Why do I feel that you're disdainful of him? Li He was displeased. I'm not disdainful. I'm just being close to him. You old people spoil the children too much. Especially you. You're 2 generations away. If you bring him up, won't you spoil him to the heavens? Li Yan shook her head. Li He smiled bitterly. If this was not disdain, what was it? After Lu Xiaojia returned to her seat, Fatso held a wine glass, stood up, and said with a smile, First of all, let's toast to welcome Boss and Brother Wolf back. At that moment, everyone held up their wine glasses, stood up, smiled at Qin Feiyang, and drank the wine in their glasses. Thank you. Qin Feiyang stood up with a smile, held his wine glass, and drank it in one gulp. Why don't you be so polite? White-Eyed Wolf directly held a wine jar, drinking as he said. This is not polite. It's a welcoming ceremony. After Fatso finished speaking, he poured another glass, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Boss, I want to toast you alone. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. If it weren't for you, I, Fatso, wouldn't have achieved what I have today. It's even possible that I would have died in Black Bear City a long time ago, and there wouldn't even be anyone to collect my body. It's also you who fearlessly took me to Yunzhou to avenge my family. There were countless nights that I had been thinking, if I hadn't met you in this life, what would have happened to me? Without a doubt. Even if I had a blood feud, I could only endure it silently. Even if I worked hard, I would only be like a dead dog, struggling at death's door for the rest of my life. Not to mention, marrying such a beautiful wife, and now the status and power that others can't pursue in their lives. Really. The person I'm most grateful to in my life is you. As long as you say the word, tell me to die, and I won't hesitate. After Fatso finished speaking, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, and also silently drank the wine in his glass. The second glass is also to you. To say something pretentious, boss, you're also my idol. You're responsible, I admire you, I worship you. If I were a woman, I would definitely rely on you. Fatso laughed. Haha, if you were a woman, then I would have to stay away from you. After all, your weight is not something I can bear. Qin Feiyang laughed. The others also roared with laughter. Whatever you say. Anyway, I'm a thick-skinned person. Otherwise, how could I find such a beautiful wife? In the eyes of others, I'm nothing, and they all say that I'm climbing up the social ladder. But I don't care, because I know that Yen'er loves me. In short, I want to toast you for giving me a different life. After Fatso finished speaking, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. Actually, I also want to thank you, thank everyone who used to be around me. For example, Lu Hong, White-Eyed Wolf, Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, it's because of your help, your encouragement, that I can be strong and walk to this day. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he drank the wine in his cup. Fatty smiled and poured another cup of wine for him. As for the third glass, it's to our friendship. Although now, I didn't accompany you to the ancient world, in my heart, I've always silently supported you and prayed for you. I sincerely hope that the relationship between us brothers can always be like this, never depreciating or changing. In short, no matter how time changes, no matter what happens. You'll always be my boss. Fatso smiled from the bottom of his heart. You'll always be my brother. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Then let's toast to our rare brotherhood. Fatso laughed. Cheers. Qin Feiyang smiled. The two raised their heads and drank it in one gulp. After drinking, Fatso poured another glass, but this time, he didn't look for Qin Feiyang, but for White-Eyed Wolf. Brother Wolf, although I've been bullied by you, I know that you're good to all of us. Thinking back, as long as we encountered difficulties, you were duty-bound. So thank you. And thank you for always accompanying my boss, so that he won't feel lonely. Fatso said. Since you know that I'm good to you, why don't you drink a few more glasses? White-Eyed Wolf said. Okay. I'll drink 3 glasses in a row to show my respect. Fatty laughed heartily as he downed cup after cup. Don't drink so much. Li Yan whispered. I'm happy. It's okay. Fatso waved his hand, his eyes a little blurry. A few hundred years, for Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf, was just a snap of the fingers, but for Fatso, it was too long. Now that they finally gathered together, the joy in his heart was hard to extricate. Everyone looked at Fatso, and for a moment, they couldn't help but feel emotional. Although life became longer as one's cultivation increased, the time they spent together became less and less. So they should cherish every opportunity to get together. Because no one knew when the next time would be. Okay. Don't say sentimental words, just drink, I have more if it's not enough. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ha, then we won't stand on ceremony. Old man Yi, aren't you very arrogant? Come on. The monkey-faced old man held a wine glass, looked at Yi Shu, and teased. Don't worry, you'll definitely go back tonight. Yi Shu glanced at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, I'd like to toast you too. Thank you for taking care of Miss and Rushuang all these years. It's what I should do. Qin Feiyang smiled. There's no such thing as should, only willing. Some people don't even take their biological parents seriously. But you're different. Whether it's friends or family, you've always protected them with your life. There aren't many young people like you in this world. This old man admires you. Yi Shu said. Aren't you the same? Back then, it was you who had always protected great-grandmother and the others. I admire your greatness as well. In fact, we're all protecting the most important people. We don't ask for praise, we just want to have a clear conscience. Qin Feiyang smiled. What a good, clear conscience. Just because you said, clear conscience, this old man has to drink a few more glasses with you. Although I'm an old man, I also have a young heart. In terms of drinking, I won't lose to you young people. Come, let's not go home until we're drunk. Yi Shu laughed heartily. Qin Feiyang smiled, picked up the wine glass in front of him, and gently clinked it with Yi Shu's. Immediately, the two of them raised their heads and drank in one gulp. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Everyone said whatever they wanted, without any restrictions or concerns. The fragrance of wine, laughter, intertwined, forming a happy picture. Chapter 2808. The next morning, Qin Feiyang got up from a bed, rubbed his aching forehead, and looked around in confusion. Where was this? At this moment, he was in an unfamiliar bedroom. The decoration of the bedroom was quite luxurious. Outside the bedroom, there was a separate tea room, and an exquisite tea set was placed on the coffee table. Outside, there was a restaurant. This should be a restaurant, Qin Feiyang mumbled. Because he didn't drink often, his alcohol tolerance was not good. In addition, everyone agreed in advance that he couldn't use divine power to refine the alcohol. So in the end, he was completely unconscious last night. He didn't know what happened next. He didn't know how he came to this room. I wonder how everyone is doing now. Qin Feiyang mumbled and shook his head hard. There was still a strong smell of alcohol on his body. Wait. My clothes, Qin Feiyang suddenly shivered. He looked down at himself and found that his clothes had been taken off. He quickly looked at the cabinet next to the bed and saw a coat neatly folded on top of it. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and sniffed it. There was a refreshing smell. Was this washed? Who washed it? Who was it that sent him here last night? Qin Feiyang put down the coat. With a head full of doubts, he got out of bed, walked to the bathroom in the corner, and took a cold shower. He suddenly became much more energetic. Although the wine is good, I can't drink too much. After putting on his clothes, Qin Feiyang went straight to the tea room and habitually made a pot of tea. The rich tea fragrance gradually covered the smell of alcohol in the room. Drinking tea is still the most comfortable. He held the teacup and drank a few mouthfuls in succession. He suddenly felt very comfortable. Then, he recalled what happened last night. Everyone drank a cup, especially Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, and the old man with the aquiline nose. They were originally wine lovers. In addition, the immortal intoxication was a peerless divine brew. Naturally, they couldn't help drinking. It seemed that in the end, they were all very drunk. But he really couldn't remember what happened next. Dong! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked up at the door and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Fatso staggered in and looked at Qin Feiyang. He chuckled and said, "You're awake." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Such fragrant tea. Fatso's eyes lit up when he smelled the tea leaves. He quickly ran to the tea table and sat across from Qin Feiyang. He picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea, tasting it carefully. Not bad, not bad. This tea is the best of the best. A short while later, Fatso nodded repeatedly. I say, not only are you good at drinking, you're also good at tasting tea. You, a scholar who has been away for 3 days, must be looked at with new eyes. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. There's no other way. Now that I'm managing the trading pavilion, drinking and tasting tea is my daily life. Fatso shook his head. Qin Feiyang laughed, such a comfortable life, no wonder you've gained so much weight. If you say I'm fat again, I'll fall out with you. Fatso glared at Qin Feiyang. You're fat to begin with. Can't you let others say that? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Ignorant. Have you heard of a saying? Every fatso is a potential stock, just like me. Fatso said. Shameless. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and asked, "Where is this? Who sent me here last night?" "Still at the Longfeng Pavilion. Everyone drank too much last night, so they all slept at the Longfeng Pavilion. I just got up too. As for who sent you here," Fatso said with a sneaky smile, "I'll tell you secretly. It's a woman." "Woman?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed that there were only a few women last night. Xiao Jia definitely did not count. She was just a little girl. Li Yan was definitely not included. "Then, that left," Fatso said, "don't think about it. The person who sent you here is Wang Yu, Her. Qin Feiyang was stunned. How was it? A man and a woman were alone in a room. Did anything happen? Fatso smiled slyly. Alone in a room? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. After Wang Yu sent you in, it was almost an hour before she came out. An hour can do a lot of things. Fatso said meaningfully. Get lost. It wasn't easy for me to end things with her. Don't kick up a fuss for me all day. Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily. I didn't kick up a fuss. At that time, she was also a little drunk. Think about it. A man and a woman alone in a drunken state. They even stayed together for an hour. Who would believe that they didn't do anything else? Fatso said. Hearing Fatso's words, Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened slightly. Did something happen? Qin Dage, don't listen to his nonsense. You didn't do anything last night. Suddenly, Fire Lotus's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and quickly asked, how did you know? I was in the castle and could hear the sounds outside. At that time, Wang Yu just said a lot to you. Fire Lotus said. What did she say? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Nothing more than some words between a man and a woman. But the last words she said before she left made me very concerned. Fire Lotus said. What words? Qin Feiyang secretly asked. She said that she was leaving, and she might leave forever. When she said goodbye to you, she also said, see you never again. Fire Lotus said. See you never again, Qin Feiyang murmured. Fire Lotus said, do you think she would do something stupid? Qin Feiyang's expression stiffened. Fatso, who was sitting opposite, looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Boss, what are you doing? Where is Wang Yu now? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked at Fatso and asked. She returned to the main tower last night. Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said, go to the main tower immediately. Why? Don't tell me you really have something to do. Boss, I was just joking just now, don't really get drunk, and do that. Fatso stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and go. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Okay, I'll go now. Fatso shrunk his neck, hurriedly got up, opened a teleportation door, and ran in. Don't do anything stupid. Qin Feiyang murmured, his face full of worry. But wasn't Wang Yu fine yesterday? And during the gathering last night, there was nothing unusual. Could it be that he and Fire Lotus were thinking too much? Wang Yu actually just went out to relax. But the words see you never again really made it difficult for him to calm down. Dong! Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Qin Feiyang sorted out his emotions and looked at the door. Come in. Pei Yi pushed the door open and walked in, looking at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Morning. Morning. Qin Feiyang smiled. Pei Yi walked opposite Qin Feiyang, looked at the teacup left behind by Fatso on the table, and asked, did someone come by just now? Fatso came by. Qin Feiyang smiled, washed a teacup, and poured Pei Yi a cup of tea. Thank you. Pei Yi smiled, took the teacup, and took a whiff of it. He couldn't help but praise, this tea is great. It's all right. Qin Feiyang nodded, a little distracted. After drinking the tea in the cup, Pei Yi was instantly energized, but when he looked at Qin Feiyang again, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Something on your mind? Pei Yi put down the teacup and asked with a smile. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, hesitated for a while, and finally told Pei Yi about it. See you never again. Hearing this, Pei Yi couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang asked, do you think she'll really do something stupid? I think, after pondering for a while, Pei Yi looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, I don't think so. Are you sure? Qin Feiyang asked. I know Wang Yu, she's not such a fragile woman. She might just want to completely let go of the past and welcome a new future. As for seeing you never again, I think she should be planning to stay outside for a long time. Pei Yi guessed. After all, guesses were just guesses. Whoosh. At this moment, Fatso returned. How was it? Qin Feiyang asked. She really left. Fatso said. At this moment, Gong Sunbei also walked in, looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and asked with a smile, who left? This, Fatso was a little hesitant. What are you hiding from me? Gong Sunbei was curious. There's nothing to hide from you. It's Wang Yu, Fatso shook his head. You, Gong Sunbei was stunned and hurriedly asked, she left? Where did she go? I don't know. I went to the chief pagoda to look for her, but I only saw her parents. I heard from her parents that Wang Yu, left alone before dawn. She said she wanted to go out for a walk and see the outside world. Fatso said. That's it. It's a good thing to go out for a walk. Why are you so nervous? Gong Sunbei was speechless. But the problem is, her parents said that she has to step down as the chief of the law enforcement hall. Fatso said. What? Gong Sunbei looked at Fatso, his face full of shock. That's what her parents said. Fatso said. Gong Sunbei frowned and said, why don't I know about it? You're the chief pagoda master and she's your subordinate. If you don't know, how would I know? Fatso was speechless. Isn't this nonsense? She just needs to go out for a walk. What's the point of stepping down as the chief pagoda master? Gong Sunbei said angrily. I don't think her ambition lies in this. Qin Feiyang said. Actually, I know that she doesn't like managing the chief pagoda, but for such an important matter, she should at least inform me in advance. Gong Sunbei rubbed his forehead. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, as long as she's happy, it's fine. When she's happy, I have a headache. You all know the importance of the law enforcement hall in the chief pagoda. Who should I find to replace such an important position? Gong Sunbei had a headache. That's your problem. Fatso chuckled. The law enforcement hall was indeed important. Because it was an existence that maintained order. As the chief of the law enforcement hall, one naturally had to have extraordinary ability. The most important thing was that one couldn't be selfish and had to trust someone. Where could one find such a person in a short time? Chapter 2809. Qin Feiyang glanced at Gong Sunbei, then looked at Fatso and asked, are you sure she's fine? She's fine. Wang Yu, also expected that we would go to her, so she asked her parents to tell us that she has really let go and won't do anything stupid. Don't worry. Fatso waved his hand. That's good. Qin Feiyang finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Wang Yu had also helped him wash his clothes. He drank too much last night and inevitably got wine on his body, so she helped him wash it. What a meticulous woman. If he had met Wang Yu before meeting the mermaid princess, he might have really gotten together with Wang Yu Because such a good woman was really hard to turn down. It could only be said that they were not fated to be together. Are you all up? Come down for breakfast if you're up. Li Yan's voice sounded in the hall below. Let's go then. Let's go for breakfast. Fatso called out and turned to run outside. Pei Yi chuckled and followed him out. Qin Feiyang finished the last sip of tea and walked to Gongsun Bay. He smiled and said, "Brother Gongsun, what's there to think about? Isn't there a ready-made candidate in front of you?" "Huh?" Gongsun Bei looked up at him suspiciously. "Isn't he?" Qin Feiyang looked at Pei Yi in front of him and said in a low voice. Gongsun Bei looked up and a bright smile appeared on his face. "Let's have something simple for breakfast. We'll have some millet porridge and some light dishes." Li Yan, who was busy going downstairs one after another, said with a smile. "Something light is good. I drank too much last night. I really can't eat greasy food." The monkey-faced old man smiled bitterly. "That's it. I'm still preparing. Let's compete in the morning." Yishu walked down and looked at the monkey-faced old man with a smile. "Fine. I admit defeat." The monkey-faced old man waved his hand. "Look at you. You're all so old. Why are you still so childish?" The hook-nosed old man shook his head and came to the main hall. "It's true that you're old, but your mentality must be young. But then again, the strength of the celestial immortal intoxication is truly terrifying. Even old men like us, who have experienced hundreds of battles, ended up drunk to the point of unconsciousness." Yishu shook his head. "It's not that the strength of the immortal wine is terrifying, it's that you guys drank too much. You guys finished all the dozens of jars, it would be strange if you guys didn't get drunk." Li Yan came out with a few dishes. She was wearing an apron and looked very virtuous. "You did all this?" Yishu asked. "Yes." Li Yan nodded. Yishu said, "Don't I have a chef in my restaurant? You only need to give an order. Why do you have to do it yourself? It's just breakfast. There's no need to trouble them." Li Yan smiled. Yishu smiled. "All right, it's still early in the morning. Thank you for your hard work." "It's nothing." Li Yan shook her head. Yishu turned to look at Fatso and said, "Look, what a good wife. Cherish her. Do I need you to tell me that?" Fatso pursed his lips. "Ha!" Yishu laughed and said, "Then let's eat." The group of people looked at each other and smiled. They sat around the table and enjoyed the delicious morning meal. After eating, Fatso leaned back in his chair calmly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Boss, what are we going to do next?" "Next," Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "I came to the Forgotten Continent this time to visit all of you. Now that I've seen how well all of you are doing, I should go back and accompany my mother. You should also accompany her. Because the person who has missed you the most all these years is your mother." Fatso nodded. Li Yan asked, "When are you going back?" "Now." Qin Feiyang said. "Now? That's too fast." Fatso was stunned. "I'm not leaving the great Qin Empire. If there's time in the future, we can meet at any time." Qin Feiyang said. Fatso was slightly stunned and nodded with a smile, "That's true. All right then." Qin Feiyang stood up and looked at everyone with a smile, "Let's meet again another day. We'll send you off." Everyone also stood up. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of people and nodded, "Okay." At that moment, Fatso, Pei Yi, and Wang Zicheng each opened a teleportation door. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf changed their appearances again. Very soon, a group of people descended above the Pill Pagoda Square. The disciples on the square sensed their auras and immediately looked up. Their pupils suddenly shrank. "It's this man and dog again. Who are they?" Not only did the chief pagoda master and the others personally accompany them, but even the pavilion master and Situ Tianyu are also present. "I heard that the Longfeng Pavilion closed for business last night. Could it be that they were entertaining them?" The disciples were bewildered. "Greetings, Chief Pagoda Master." "Greetings, Lords." Elder He, who was guarding the altar, also hurriedly stood up and bowed to the group of people. You can go about your business. The monkey-faced old man waved his hand. Yes. Elder, he replied respectfully. Then, he looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, turned around, and walked up to the chief pagoda. Pei Yi cupped his hands and smiled, Brother Qin, I'll send you off here. Come visit the great Qin Empire when you're free. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. I'll definitely go. Pei Yi smiled. Qin Feiyang swept his eyes over them one by one. He wanted to remember all these familiar faces in his heart forever. Go. Yi Shu waved his hand. You're not going to the 9th region with us? The white-eyed wolf asked. No, no. Later, let Gong Sunbei choose another person to guard the altar in the 9th region. As for me, with the spirit vein and crystal vein, I naturally have to hurry to the land of inheritance to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Shu smiled. You're the only one who's anxious. The white-eyed wolf despised him. Yi Shu's face darkened. He said impatiently, cut the crap and get lost. You're burning the bridge after crossing it. How heartless. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and sighed. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Then I'll take my leave. Qin Feiyang also shook his head and smiled. Then, he cupped his hands at everyone and stepped onto the altar with the white-eyed wolf, Lu Xiaofei, and Qin Chen. The monkey-faced old man waved his hand, and a stream of divine power flowed into the altar, which immediately revived. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Situ Feiyang. Situ Feiyang chuckled and said, Uncle, you won't miss me, right? Don't be like this, I'll be shy. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He looked at Fatso and Li Yan and said, Give this kid to me. Give him to you for what? Li Yan was suspicious. Your woman is really stupid. Since boss said that, he must want to cultivate this brat. This is great news. Fatso glared at Li Yan, looked at Qin Feiyang, and waved his hand, just take him away. How can you be a father like this? Situ Feiyang looked at Fatso with dissatisfaction. What do you know? To be able to be cultivated by your uncle, that's the merit of your previous life. It's also because your mother and I have done too many good things. Now, it's all on you. Fatso said. Shameless. Situ Feiyang muttered. Li Yan also understood. She looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, then I'll leave him to you. You can beat him to death or cripple him. I'll go. Am I your biological child? Situ Feiyang looked at the couple angrily. Don't say it. You're really not our biological child. We picked you up from the river. Fatso pursed his lips. Fine, you win. Situ Feiyang snorted coldly. Having such a father, he was full of bitterness. He walked up the altar helplessly. Qin Feiyang and Situ Feiyang couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. With a wave of his hand, 10 crystal veins and spirit veins appeared. He looked at Fatty and Li Yan and said, These are for you. Thank you, boss. Fatso smiled. Qin Feiyang took out 10 legendary divine artifacts and 10 supreme divine arts. Brother Gong Sunbei, I gave you the spirit veins and crystal veins yesterday, as well as the divine artifacts and divine arts. Take these. Okay. Gong Sunbei was not as polite as yesterday. Then we'll meet again. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Go, go. Everyone waved their hands. The sacrificial altar revived again, and Qin Feiyang's group quickly disappeared. Brother Gong Sunbei, are we brothers? The fatty retracted his gaze and looked at the 10 divine weapons and the 10 divine arts with shifty eyes. Then, he moved closer to Gong Sunbei and grinned. Cut it out. How could Gong Sunbei not know him? He put away the divine artifacts and divine arts immediately. Stingy. Fatso looked at Gong Sunbei with disdain and said, Wife, let's go. Li Yan shook her head and smiled. She turned to Li He and said, Grandpa, Tianyu and I will go to the trading pavilion. You take these spirit veins and crystal veins back and put them away. Okay. Li He nodded. After Fatso and Li Yan left, Li He smiled at Gongsun Bei and the others and immediately left with the 10 spirit veins and crystal veins. Then I'll take my leave too. Pei Yi smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. Gongsun Bei grabbed him. What? Pei Yi looked at him suspiciously. Gongsun Bei smiled and said, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Pei Yi looked at him warily, feeling like a weasel greeting a chicken. Don't be nervous. It's not a good thing, but it's not a bad thing either. See. Yu Er resigned as the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Now the Law Enforcement Hall has no leader. And Wang Zicheng and the others don't have the time to manage this, so, Gongsun Bei looked at Pei Yi with a smile. Pei Yi looked at Gongsun Bei in shock. It was obvious that he wanted him to enter the main tower and be the Hall Master. What did you say? Yu Er resigned as the Hall Master. When did this happen? Why didn't we know? Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, the hook-nosed old man, and Wang Zicheng all looked at Gongsun Bei in shock. Qin Feiyang, Gongsun Bei, and Fatso didn't mention this at the dinner table, so everyone was still in the dark. I'll explain it to you later. Gongsun Bei looked at everyone and comforted them. Then he looked at Pei Yi again and said, You're capable and responsible. Your strength is one of the best in the Forgotten Continent. You're the talent that the main tower needs. Stop. Pei Yi hurriedly raised his hand and interrupted Gongsun Bei. He looked around and said, We'll meet again if fate wills it. After saying this, he turned and ran away without looking back. This guy, Gongsun Bei's mouth twitched, then a smile appeared on his face. No matter what, he had to get this guy to join the main tower. Chapter 28:10. The Ninth Area. After Qin Feiyang and his group appeared, they did not delay and directly left Ice Crystal City. Situ Feiyang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Uncle, are you really going to teach me? Looking at your expression, you seem to be a little unhappy. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. No. Situ Feiyang quickly waved his hand and laughed. I just heard Qin Chen and brother Shao Jia say before that your way of teaching people is a little inhumane. Cough cough. Qin Chen coughed dryly and stared at Situ Feiyang. When did I say that? You forgot so quickly. 3 years ago, at the end of the year, we gathered together. You and brother Shao Jia said that Uncle Qin trained you guys, and tortured you guys to death. Situ Feiyang said. Qin Chen's face darkened. Did this little fatso not understand his expression? He even said it. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Chen. Qin Chen's expression was rather flustered. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't panic, after all, this is the truth. Don't panic. How was that possible? Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he knew that something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at Qin Chen. Do you know why I brought you along? Qin Chen shook his head. The reason is very simple. I just want you to understand how strong the white-eyed wolf and I are now. You should understand it well now. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Chen nodded. Whether it was the soul vein, crystal vein, divine artifact, divine art, or the white-eyed wolf's strength that defeated Wang Zicheng and the others with one claw, it was all beyond imagination. Then let me tell you now, Mu Qing's current cultivation is stronger than me and the white-eyed wolf. Do you still plan to take revenge? Qin Feiyang asked. Never wavered. Qin Chen said. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply and asked, Then are you willing to go to the ancient world with me? I'm willing. Qin Chen replied without hesitation, his eyes burning with passion. All right. I'll bring you to the ancient realm and nurture you with all my might. But remember, don't disappoint me. Qin Feiyang said. I will definitely work hard. Qin Chen nodded. All right. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four of them and smiled. Now, I'll take you to a place. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the four of them to appear above the desert of death. Where is this? The four of them scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. I believe your fathers or elders have all told you that I have a black tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Situ Feiyang nodded. It was said that the Black Tortoise world was an independent small world. This is the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang said. This is the Black Tortoise realm. The four of them were filled with surprise. No wonder it was so big that they couldn't see the end. Xiaojia, the following process will be quite painful. It might even make you go crazy. You're still young, so you don't have to participate for the time being. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xiaojia and smiled. Lu Xiaojia glanced at the desert below and shook her head. Uncle, I'm not a child anymore. I'm not afraid. Really? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Xiaojia nodded heavily. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled and brought Fire Lotus over from the Devil's Land. What a beautiful sister. Uncle, I didn't expect you to keep a mistress in a golden house. Situ Feiyang stared at Fire Lotus, his eyes filled with amazement. Keeping a mistress in a golden house? Qin Feiyang's face darkened as he smacked Situ Feiyang's head. Fire Lotus couldn't help but laugh. These little guys, each more interesting than the other. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and asked, It's been 2 days. How are Qin Haoyan and the others? Not bad. Qin Haoyan's cultivation has already reached the level of War God. Qin Yun, Qin Ji, Qin Xian, and Qin Wan have all reached the level of 9-star Combat Emperor. Qin Yi, the twins have also reached the level of 9-star Combat Saint. Fire Lotus said. What? Uncle Haoyan has already reached the level of War God? Lu Xiaofei and his sister were dumbfounded. What's going on? Situ Feiyang was also very surprised. Of course, he knew Qin Haoyan and the others. He had even met them before the new year, so he knew their cultivation. But how did they become war gods and combat emperors in the blink of an eye? Even Qin Yi and Qin Yi, the two little guys, had already broken through to the level of 9-star Combat Saint. This speed was too freakish, wasn't it? However, Qin Feiyang frowned and said, It's been 2 days, but they've only grown so little. It seems a bit slow. 1 day was 1,000 years. 2 days was 2,000 years. And there were so many pills and resources. 2,000 years was enough to cultivate a monarch god. Slow. Qin Chen and the others heard this and the corners of their mouths twitched. If this was slow, then what was fast? I slowed them down on purpose. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Why? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. They're still young. I'm afraid that if they break through too quickly, their mental state will be unstable. So every time they break through a level, I will let them leave the Devil's Land and go out to explore. Otherwise, Qin Haoyan would have already become a monarch god. Fire Lotus said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I really didn't think about this problem. You're different from me. I'm the Palace Master of 9 Heaven Palace. I know how to teach people how to cultivate. Although we've given them the best cultivation environment and resources, they still have to fight steadily. Fire Lotus said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at Qin Chen and the others, then these 4 little ones, I'll leave them to you. No problem. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the 4 of them and said with a smile, then you guys, take care of yourselves. After saying that, he and the white-eyed wolf disappeared without a trace. Where did Uncle and Uncle Wolf go? Lu Xiaojia immediately looked around. Fire Lotus said, they should have gone to the Devil's Land. Devil's Land? What is that place? The four of them were curious. The Devil's Land is not a place you can set foot in. Hand over the Qiankuan bag and let's begin. Fire Lotus said. Devil's Land. Somewhere in the southern mountain range, 7 young men and women sat cross-legged on the ground. They were all handsome and had a dignified appearance. The 7 of them were Qin Haoyan, Qin Yun, Qin Wan, Qin Xian, Qin Ji, Qin Yi, and Qin Yi. Schwa. Suddenly, a man and a wolf appeared in the void above. It was Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. They had also recovered their true appearance. Qin Haoyan and the others also noticed their auras at the first moment. They opened their eyes and looked up. The changes are quite big. Qin Feiyang looked down at the 7 of them. After 2,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, Qin Haoyan, Qin Yun, Qin Wan, Qin Xian, and Qin Ji had all become mature and steady. Especially Qin Haoyan, he was like a natural emperor with an extraordinary temperament. Qin Yi and Qin Yi were no longer the 2 brats from before. Qin Yi's height was now 1.8 meters. His figure was tall and straight, and there was a shocking sharpness between his eyebrows. As for Qin Yi, she was also about 1.75 meters. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite figure revealed a breathtaking beauty. Big brother. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Qin Yun and the others quickly stood up and bowed. Qin Haoyan also stood up, but did not speak. He stared at Qin Feiyang, and a trace of fighting spirit burned in his eyes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "Seeing that you are all still alive, I am quite gratified." They looked at each other, their faces full of wry smiles. Although only 2 days had passed outside, they had already cultivated here for 2,000 years. Especially in the beginning, crossing the desert of death, it was simply a narrow escape. To be able to survive until now, even they themselves felt that it was not easy. Of course. They also knew. If Qin Feiyang really did not care about their lives, then they would have died in the desert of death long ago. Because countless times when they faced death, it was Fire Lotus who saved them. And with these 2,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, they had long had a new understanding of Qin Feiyang. Their big brother was a godlike figure. So, right now, they respected Qin Feiyang even more than before. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at Qin Haoyan, and said, "Looking at your eyes, do you want to challenge me?" "That's right." Qin Haoyan took a step into the sky and stood opposite Qin Feiyang. "All right. Let me see how much you've grown over the years." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, suppressing his cultivation to the level of a war god. "Who do you think will win?" Qin Xian asked in a low voice. "Needless to say, it will definitely be Big Brother." Qin Yun said. "Sister Yun, I think it might be Brother Haoyan. After all, he works so hard. And now, Big Brother has also suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Brother Haoyan." Qin Yi said, losing her childish and mischievous attitude from before, appearing natural and unrestrained. "No matter how hard he works, he won't be able to defeat Big Brother. Big Brother, that is the undefeated legend." Qin Ji opened his mouth and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. He had absolute confidence in Qin Feiyang. "Let's begin." High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haoyan and said with a faint smile. Boom! Qin Haoyan's aura suddenly erupted. He took a step forward and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. But in this regard, Qin Feiyang didn't dodge at all, nor did he have any intention of fighting back. Boom! Qin Haoyan's punch landed solidly on Qin Feiyang's chest. But Qin Feiyang didn't even take a step back. His entire person was like Mount Tai, standing there. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Are you tickling me?" Qin Haoyan was stunned. What was going on? Didn't he already suppress his cultivation to the same level? Why couldn't he cause any damage to the other party with his full strength? What a naive kid. White-eyed Wolf shook his head. With the strength of Qin Feiyang's physical body, not to mention the same level, even if Qin Feiyang suppressed his cultivation to the pseudo-god realm, Qin Haoyan wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Strong indeed. Qin Ji clenched his fists. This big brother was the goal he wanted to pursue. Let's continue. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haoyan and said with a faint smile. Roar. Qin Haoyan formed a seal with both hands, accompanied by a loud dragon roar. The first, second, and third moves of the dragon god technique appeared one after another. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded. Not only did he inherit the dragon god technique, but he had also upgraded it to the mid-tier divine technique level. Emperor Prison. Qin Haoyan roared again. A purple gold dragon soul roared out from behind him. Purple gold dragon soul. Emperor Prison. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He even activated the purple gold dragon soul. No wonder this kid could awaken his bloodline. And this Emperor Prison. Qin Haoyan actually obtained this innate ability. Interesting. Chapter 28:11. Forgive me for the mistakes I made back then. Qin Haoyan let out a low roar, the three moves of the divine dragon art and the purple gold dragon soul, carrying a powerful aura, charged towards Qin Feiyang. Forgive me. If you really want to talk about forgiveness, it should be for your mother. Qin Feiyang shook his head, still standing there motionlessly. The three moves of the divine dragon art and the purple gold dragon soul instantly drowned Qin Feiyang. However, when all the dust settled, Qin Feiyang's body was still unscathed. So strong. Big brother's body must be made of iron. Below, Qin Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Qin Haoyan also looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. This was his strength? Even if he suppressed his cultivation, even if he stood there motionless, he couldn't hurt him at all. Roar. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of ear-splitting dragon roars, the three moves of the divine dragon art appeared once again. But this was not Qin Haoyan's divine dragon art, but Qin Feiyang's divine dragon art. A terrifying dragon's might spread in all directions. This is also the divine dragon art. Brother Haoyan's divine dragon art is not on the same level as Big Brother's divine dragon art. Under the envelopment of the dragon's might, Qin Xian and the others all felt a great pressure, feeling as if they were ants. Qin Haoyan's mind also trembled. They were both divine dragon art, but the other party's divine dragon art was actually so much stronger. Supreme divine dragon art, experience it. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and the three moves of the divine dragon art fell with a loud bang. Qin Haoyan immediately felt the aura of death. Facing Qin Feiyang's divine dragon art, he actually didn't even have the courage to fight back. Just as the three divine arts were about to drown Qin Haoyan, they suddenly stopped above Qin Haoyan's head. The divine might enveloped Jiang Haoyan, causing his heart to panic and feel helpless. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Now you understand the gap between us." Qin Haoyan raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. After a long time, he slowly lowered his head and sighed. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to defeat his elder brother. This was the gap between them that could not be crossed. Don't be discouraged. One day, maybe you can. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and waved his hand. The three styles of the dragon god technique disappeared. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Qin Xian shook his head. I've said it before. Big Brother is an invincible legend. Qin Ji raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes blazing. I finally understand why all the civil and military officials in the imperial court and everyone in the imperial palace are so respectful of Big Brother. Although he is not an emperor, he is the true emperor in everyone's hearts. As long as he exists, Great Qin will exist. Qin Yun and the others also had looks of admiration on their faces. They were proud to have such a big brother. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Haoyan and transmitted his voice, "I'll say one more thing." Qin Haoyan looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. "In the past, don't say that I was wrong and ask me to forgive you. I'm not wrong. The one who should be forgiven is you. Because it was your mother who did not abide by the virtues of a wife, betrayed your father, and betrayed the Qin bloodline. You should know this in your heart. All these years, no one mentioned this matter because they were considering your feelings and didn't want you to bear too much. Qin Feiyang thought. Qin Haoyan clenched his hands and his face became a little twisted. You've grown up and are no longer the little brat back then. You should learn to face it bravely. Likewise. You should learn to let it go. Otherwise, your state of mind will be affected sooner or later. I don't need to tell you how important the state of mind is to a cultivator. If your state of mind is affected, it will be difficult to even catch up to me, let alone surpass me. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Qin Haoyan said in a deep voice, even if she was wrong, she is still my birth mother. I can understand. But what happened in the past has become a fact. No one can erase it. You can only try to forget and let it go. Qin Feiyang thought. Huff. Qin Haoyan took a deep breath and looked at Qin Feiyang, coldly snorting, don't be too proud. I will continue to work hard and defeat you sooner or later. I'll say the same thing again. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Big brother, you're really amazing. Can you teach us cultivation personally? Qin Yi ran up and hugged Qin Feiyang's arm, giggling. I'll teach you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, in this aspect, I'm really not as good as Fire Lotus. Stingy. I think you think we're troublesome. Qin Yi pouted. It's indeed troublesome. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Big brother, Qin Yi stomped her feet in anger. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. He looked at the group of people and said, your cultivation ends here. Ends here. Everyone was stunned. I'll be responsible for laying a good foundation for you. The rest will depend on your luck. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Xian frowned, big brother, are you chasing us out? You can say that. In short, you can't rely on me too much. After all, I'll leave sooner or later. Let's talk about it later. Your current cultivation is enough to establish a foothold in Great Qin and Forgotten Continent. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't, big brother. It wasn't easy for us to pass Sister Fire Lotus's test and come to the Devil's Land. Just let us stay for a few more days. At least wait for us to break through to the War God realm. Qin Yi hurriedly opened his mouth, his eyes full of pleading. Qin Yi, Qin Xian, Qin Yun, Qin Ji, and Qin Wan were the same. Initially, in the Desert of Death, they really wanted to escape. But now, they had already fallen in love with this place. Not for anything else, but for the cultivation environment and resources here. For example, this time formation. 1,000 years in a day. If it was in the past, this was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Not to mention Qin Xian and the others, even Qin Haoyan was reluctant to leave now. Qin Feiyang looked at the few of them, smiled helplessly, and nodded, all right, I'll give you 2 more days. Thank you, big brother. The few of them were wild with joy. Qin Haoyan was also secretly delighted. 2 days of time was completely enough for him to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Divine Lord, in the entire Great Qin and Forgotten Continent, only Yuan Bo and the Snow Python were at this level. At that time, he would be the 3rd person. Young Master. Suddenly, along with a shout, Dan Wangkai hurriedly ran over. Qin Feiyang looked at Dan Wangkai, and waved to Qin Haoyan and the others, you guys go and cultivate first. The few of them nodded, looked at Dan Wangkai suspiciously, and flew down. Look at how anxious you are. Did something happen? Qin Feiyang looked at Dan Wangkai and asked. Dan Wangkai lowered his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, then pulled Qin Feiyang to the other side and said in a low voice, young master, do you still remember the disaster crossing Heavenly Pill? What is the disaster crossing Heavenly Pill? The one who spoke was the white-eyed wolf. Dan Wangkai was so mysterious, of course it would be interested, so it followed him. Dan Wangkai said, "Brother Wolf, just listen, you'll understand later." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then asked, "Are you talking about the disaster-crossing heavenly pill recorded in the pill scripture?" "Yes." Dan Wangkai nodded. Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, "Then how is your research going?" "According to my research, I came to a conclusion that this disaster-crossing heavenly pill has the ability to break all curses." Dan Wangkai said excitedly. "The ability to break all curses?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes." Dan Wangkai took out a jade box from his arms and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box and looked inside. Surprisingly, there were 3 dazzling golden pills inside. There were also 3 dragon-shaped pill chi lingering around them. "This is the disaster-crossing heavenly pill?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. When I went to the medicine field to check, I found that there were ready-made medicinal herbs, so I refined 3 pills." Dan Wangkai nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 pills curiously. "A pill to break the curse. What was the use of this?" Dan Wangkai said, "Young master, isn't the snow python cursed?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang patted his head. Dan Wangkai said, "I want to see if this disaster-crossing heavenly pill is useful or not." "Break the curse," Qin Feiyang muttered. "In that case, could the curse on Yuan Bo's body also be broken?" "Immediately." Qin Feiyang realized the importance of the disaster-crossing heavenly pill, and said, let's go find the snow python now." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and left the Black Tortoise realm with the white-eyed wolf and Dan Wangkai, immediately rushing to the glacier forest. With their speed, they could cross the 9 regions in a dozen breaths, so there was no need to open a portal or something like that. Beside the frozen lake, Dong Zhenyang sat on the snow. The snow python had become half a meter long, and half of its body was lying on Dong Zhenyang's lap. It looked extremely harmonious. The white-eyed wolf joked, "I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, and you're just like this." Dong Zhenyang and the snow python were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the white-eyed wolf, speechless. "Then what do you think we should do? Do you need me to remind you?" "Of course, let the snow python transform into a human form and find a place to do something that a man and a woman should do," the white-eyed wolf said. Dong Zhenyang immediately smiled bitterly. This wolf cub was getting more and more improper. "Cut the crap." Qin Feiyang landed in front of Dong Zhenyang and the snow python, looked at the snow python, and then looked at Dong Zhenyang, and said, "I might be able to break the curse on her body." Dong Zhenyang was stunned, and then suddenly stood up and asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Qin Feiyang said, I said, I might be able to break her curse." "Can break the curse," Dong Zhenyang muttered, and suddenly came back to his senses. He stared at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Really?" The snow python also stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Breaking this curse was what she had been longing for and looking forward to. It could be imagined. Now that she heard Qin Feiyang's words, she was nervous and expectant. Qin Feiyang hesitated. "I just said. Maybe." "No need to explain," Dong Zhenyang waved his hand and said, "Even if there is only a little hope, I want to give it a try." "All right." Qin Feiyang opened the jade box in his hand, took out a crossing disaster heavenly pill, and handed it to Dong Zhenyang, saying, "This pill is called Crossing Disaster Heavenly Pill, and it was refined by Dan Wangkai. It has the effect of breaking all curses, but, speaking of which..." Qin Feiyang paused and sighed. "You also know that the curse in the snow python's body was, after all, left by a small beast, so I don't have much confidence." "Understood." Dong Zhenyang nodded, took the pill without hesitation, turned around and handed it to the snow python's mouth. Chapter 28:12. However, looking at the elixir in front of it, the snow python hesitated. "Don't worry. If Qin Feiyang wanted to harm you, he wouldn't use such a trick." Dong Zhenyang laughed. We helped you out of kindness, but you still suspect us. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. No, no, no. The snow python quickly shook its head and sighed. I'm not suspecting this elixir. With Qin Feiyang's current strength, it was too easy to kill her. Besides, she knew Qin Feiyang's character. He didn't bother to do anything to the elixir. Then why are you hesitating? Dong Zhenyang was suspicious. The snow python said, I'm afraid it won't work. So that's the case. Dong Zhenyang nodded and laughed. If you don't try it, how do you know it won't work? But what if it doesn't work? The snow python asked. It doesn't matter, because there's still me. I'll keep looking for a way. Dong Zhenyang laughed. The snow python pondered for a while and resolutely took the disaster-crossing heavenly pill. At that moment, everyone stared at the snow python. Especially Qin Feiyang. If this disaster-crossing heavenly pill was really useful, then not only the snow python, but also Uncle Yuan could break the curse. Puff! Suddenly, the snow python's body shook violently, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Dan Wangkai was surprised. Was it useless? Don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stared at the snow python. Puff! In less than 3 breaths, the snow python spat out another mouthful of blood. Boom! Then, her aura burst out uncontrollably. But this was not the point. The point was that as the aura burst out, her body began to crack. Blood flowed like a waterfall, instantly dyeing the snow on the ground red. Qin Feiyang, Dong Zhenyang turned to look at Qin Feiyang, looking extremely anxious. Wasn't this a sign of exploding and dying? Is it really impossible? Qin Feiyang murmured. Dan Wangkai quickly took out a life divine pellet with 3 dragon-shaped core qi and shouted, Quick, feed it to her. Dong Zhenyang quickly grabbed the divine life pill and threw it into the snow python's mouth. Ding! But at this moment, the snow python's face was filled with pain as it soared into the sky. Its blood was like rain, dyeing the sky red. The next moment, the snow python let out a loud dragon roar. Dong Zhenyang's eyes trembled. A dragon's roar, it works. It will definitely work. Dan Wangkai also quivered and shouted loudly. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and then looked at the snow python again. Since the dragon's roar could be heard, it meant that the curse was beginning to dissipate. Boom! About 10 breaths passed. The snow python that was floating in the air suddenly exploded with a loud, muffled sound. It was as if some kind of shackle had been broken. At this moment, a vast and mighty dragon might poured out like a torrent, surging out in all directions with an earth-shattering force. Ding! The dragon's roar became louder and louder. The people of the Sky Tiger tribe and the Wang clan outside the glacier forest all heard the dragon's roar. What's the situation? A divine dragon has been born. It seems to be in the direction of the ice lake, let's go and take a look. A group of people immediately flew towards the glacier forest. At this moment, Dong Zhenyang's eyes were already filled with a layer of mist. Because the snow python was changing at this moment. On its head, 2 dragon horns slowly grew out and the snake scales on its body turned into dragon scales one by one. Its body, which was originally half a meter long, had now become hundreds of feet long. Below its abdomen, 4 white dragon claws gradually emerged. It really is a white dragon, Dan Wangkai murmured. After more than 10 breaths, the snow python completely disappeared and was replaced by a white dragon that looked incomparably majestic. The crossing disaster heavenly pill is useful, Qin Feiyang was also murmuring, his heart was incomparably excited. Calm down. Although she has recovered her white dragon body, I still don't know if the curse of her cultivation has been broken. The white-eyed wolf whispered. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, Dong Zhenyang immediately soared into the air, flew in front of the snow python, and asked, how do you feel? It's been too long since I've felt so free, the snow python muttered. It seemed that it was still a little unable to adapt to all of this. However, that painful expression had disappeared. Dong Zhengyang laughed. You're not dreaming, this is real. Is that so? The white dragon asked. Yes. Dong Zhengyang nodded. Finally, I've finally broken the curse. Ding, the white dragon roared towards the sky, venting the grievances that had accumulated over the years. Dong Zhengyang could not help but shed tears. White dragon. At this time, a group of people flew over. When they saw the white python in the sky, their eyes immediately widened. It was Yan Wei, Wang Xiaojie, Wang Yangfeng, and the others. Young master. Master. When they saw Qin Feiyang not far away, a group of people immediately flew over. Wang Xiaojie looked at the white dragon suspiciously and asked, Master, where did this white dragon come from? She is the snow python. Qin Feiyang laughed. She is the snow python. Everyone was stunned. Yan Wei hurriedly said, Young master, isn't she cursed? How can she restore the white dragon's body? Her curse has been broken. Qin Feiyang smiled. It has been broken, Yan Wei and the others murmured, looking at the white dragon again. A trace of a smile could not help but crawl into their eyes. Although the white dragon had made things difficult for them in the past, it had been very good to them in the past few hundred years. So now that the white dragon had broken the curse, they were sincerely happy for the white dragon. Dong Zhengyang glanced at Yan Wei and the others, wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, and looked at the white dragon. All right, let's see if you can cultivate now. All right. The white dragon nodded, trying to calm itself down, and then closed its eyes. About 10 breaths passed. The white dragon suddenly opened its eyes and said in surprise, I can already cultivate, and even if the curse is broken, my half-step divine lord cultivation has not disappeared. Really? Dong Zhengyang asked. The white dragon nodded. That's great. Dong Zhengyang was overjoyed, and hurriedly landed in front of Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands and said, Brother Qin, I can't thank you enough. If there's anything in the future, just let me know. Thank you. The white dragon also transformed into a fair-skinned and beautiful woman in a white dress, landing beside Dong Zhengyang, looking at Qin Feiyang gratefully, and said. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said with a smile, We are all old friends, no need to be so polite. Old friends, the white dragon murmured. Qin Feiyang's words made her feel ashamed. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, I heard you say that your cultivation has not disappeared, what do you mean? You also know that whether it's me or Qin Yuan, before we became guardians, we were not half-step divine lords. The white dragon said. I know. Back then, Uncle Yuan said that it was the small beast that raised your cultivation to half-step divine lords. Qin Feiyang nodded. So, originally, I thought that after breaking the curse, my cultivation would fall back to its original level. But now, my cultivation has not disappeared. The white dragon said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said with a smile, In that case, it seems that it's a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise? The white dragon shook its head and sighed, Even if you give me the cultivation of the imperishable realm, I don't want to be haunted by this curse anymore. You won't. Dong Zhengyang grabbed the white dragon's hand and said with a smile. The white dragon nodded, tears flowing down its cheeks again. The white-eyed wolf quivered and turned to Qin Feiyang, urging, Little Qin Zi, what are you waiting for? Hurry back to the great Qin Empire and find Uncle Yuan. Yes. Let's go find Uncle Yuan. Qin Feiyang also came back to his senses. He did not even bother to run to the teleportation altar under the ice lake and directly took out the space-time gate. Clang! With the emergence of divine power, the space-time gate immediately awakened. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Dan Wangkai immediately ran in. Let's go and take a look. Dong Zhenyang smiled at the white dragon, and then the two entered the space-time gate hand in hand. You all go back too. Yan Wei and Wang Yangfeng instructed their clansmen behind them and rushed into the space-time gate. Of course, Wang Xiaojie would not let go of this opportunity to join in the fun. Imperial Capital. In the sky above a sea area of the Sea of Reincarnation, Qin Feiyang and the others appeared one after another. After putting away the space-time gate, Qin Feiyang immediately released his divine telekinesis in all directions. Now, his divine telekinesis was enough to cover the entire imperial capital, including the Sea of Reincarnation. Soon, he sensed a familiar aura on a small island. Swoosh! Following closely, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, swept everyone up, and rushed to the sky above the small island like lightning. The island was only about a few miles in size, but the island was full of birds and flowers. In the center of the small island, there was an inconspicuous small wooden building. The wooden building was only 2 stories high and looked very old, but it was very clean. In front of the wooden building, there was a round stone table. Around the stone table, there were 4 stone stools, and it looked very simple. A white-haired old man over 50 years old sat at the table, leisurely drinking tea. The old man was dressed very plainly, and there was no aura on his body. He looked like a country bumpkin. However, looking at the old man, whether it was Qin Feiyang, Yan Wei, or the others, they were all full of respect. Uncle Yuan, Qin Feiyang called out softly. Qin Yuan raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, as if he was not surprised, and said with a smile, "You're here." Qin Feiyang nodded, landed beside the stone table, and directly knelt on the ground. Get up. Qin Yuan got up and helped Qin Feiyang up, and said with a smile, "Come, let Uncle Yuan take a good look. After these few hundred years, have there been any changes?" Qin Feiyang giggled, "Without a doubt, I have become more handsome and charming than before." Perhaps only in front of Qin Yuan would Qin Feiyang reveal such a childish side. Ha! Qin Yuan could not help but laugh, and said, "You stinking brat, you actually became shameless." Hee hee. Qin Feiyang scratched his head. "You guys are here too. But I don't have any good wine or dishes to entertain you here." Qin Yuan looked at Dong Zhenyang and the others and said with a smile. Bai Long chuckled and said, "Homemade dishes are still delicious." Qin Yuan looked at Bai Long in surprise and said, "It's rare for these words to come out of your mouth." "She's in a good mood now," White-Eyed Wolf said. In a good mood? Qin Yuan was slightly stunned, turned to look at Dong Zhenyang, and said with a smile, "No wonder she's in a good mood. It turns out that reunion after a long separation is better than being newly married." "You damn old man," Bai Long's cheeks turned red, and he could not help but laugh and scold. Chapter 28:13. Uncle Yuan, why aren't you surprised at all to see us back? The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Yuan suspiciously. "What's there to be surprised about? I already knew about it the day you came back. I also know that you're going to meet a lot of old friends, so I didn't disturb you." Qin Yuan chuckled. "You knew about it the day you came back?" The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. "Don't forget that I'm the guardian of this continent." Qin Yuan laughed. "Ha!" The White-Eyed Wolf laughed dryly. "Indeed. As the guardian of this continent, as long as Uncle Yuan was willing, as long as there were any signs of trouble, he would be able to know at the first moment. Don't just stand there. Sit down and talk," Qin Yuan said. Bai Long looked at the teapot on the table and said, "We're not here to drink tea with you this time." Qin Yuan was stunned. "Do you know why I'm so happy? It's because I've broken the curse," Bai Long said. "What? Broken the curse?" Qin Yuan looked at Bai Long in surprise. "Look." Bai Long shook his body and returned to his true form. Looking at Bai Long's current dragon body, Qin Yuan was stunned. "It's Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang helped me break the curse." Bai Long smiled and turned back into his human form. He continued, and now, I can still cultivate. You can still cultivate. Qin Yuan was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, how did you do it? It's a kind of elixir. Qin Feiyang opened the jade box again and took out a disaster-crossing heavenly elixir. This is the disaster-crossing heavenly elixir. It can break all curses. Disaster-crossing heavenly elixir. Qin Yuan took the elixir and said in surprise, 3 dragon-shaped elixir auras? Did you refine this? No, it was refined by Dan Wangkai. Qin Feiyang smiled. You can even refine a pill with 3 dragon-shaped core qi. Looks like you've grown a lot over the years. Qin Yuan looked at Dan Wangkai and praised. Uncle Yuan, you flatter me. Compared to young master, I'm still a little lacking. Dan Wangkai waved his hand. Not bad. Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and Dan Wangkai and nodded with a smile. Then, he looked down at the disaster-crossing heavenly pill again. Uncle Yuan, quickly take it. Qin Feiyang urged. However, Qin Yuan did not consume the disaster-crossing heavenly pill. The smile on his face slowly disappeared and a trace of worry appeared instead. What is it? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Feiyang, you're a fool. Confused? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Damn old man, what's wrong with you? He came all the way here to deliver the pills. Why are you scolding him? White Dragon frowned. I didn't scold him. I'm very happy that Feiyang thought of me at the first moment. However, have you all thought of a problem? This curse was set by small beast. Now that the curse has been broken, won't it be alarmed? Qin Yuan said. Small beast. Upon hearing Qin Yuan's words, everyone's expression changed. That's right. Why didn't they think of small beast? Qin Feiyang also slapped his head. Because he was too happy and couldn't wait, he completely neglected this point. How is it? White Dragon came back to his senses and immediately looked up at the sky. His white face was full of worry. Don't be afraid. Dong Zhenyang comforted, but he was also very nervous in his heart. White Dragon has been breaking the curse for so long, but I don't see small beast appearing. I think, it might not have noticed it. Dan Wangkai looked at the sky and frowned. For a moment, everyone looked at the sky and was silent. It's useless to worry. Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled. He threw the disaster-crossing heavenly pill into his mouth and appeared extremely calm. This was the state of mind. Even if danger came, he would not panic. What happened to White Dragon happened to Qin Yuan once again. Boom. Soon. Accompanied by a low and loud sound, the curse on Qin Yuan's body was also successfully broken. Moreover, his cultivation did not drop and was still a half-step divine lord. Uncle Yuan, how do you feel? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. Qin Yuan smiled and said, I've regained my freedom. Of course I feel good. You guys are very good, but Grandpa Frog is very unhappy now. Before Qin Yuan's voice fell, a voice full of anger suddenly sounded in the sky above. This voice, the group of people's faces changed drastically. They immediately looked up and saw a small golden figure standing in the void above. If that wasn't the golden small beast, who else could it be? What should we do? The snow python suddenly panicked. Dong Zhenyang's face was also full of fear. Sigh. In the end, it still came. Qin Yuan sighed and walked in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. Uncle Yuan, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Yuan's back. Qin Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. Looking at the golden small beast, he said respectfully, Lord Beast God, all of this has nothing to do with them. I asked them to do this. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Uncle Yuan, looking at the back of the old man in front of him, Qin Feiyang's heart ached. Even in the face of the golden small beast, Uncle Yuan still walked to the front to protect him without hesitation. This selfless care was more precious than anything in the world. How could he let such an old man get hurt because of him? Swish! Qin Feiyang looked up at the small beast and said, "It was all done by me. The pills were also refined by me. If you want to be angry, come at me. Feiyang, don't mess around." Qin Yuan glared at Qin Feiyang. "Uncle Yuan, you used to protect me and take care of me. Now, it's my turn to protect you and take care of you." Qin Feiyang smiled. The golden small beast looked down at the two of them and sneered, "How touching. A cold-blooded creature like you will never understand." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Feiyang, shut up." Seeing Qin Feiyang provoking the golden small beast, Qin Yuan shouted angrily and knelt on the ground. He looked at the golden small beast and said, I'm sorry. I didn't teach it well. Please forgive me, Lord Beast God." "Uncle Yuan, why are you kneeling to it? Is it worthy? Get up." Qin Feiyang shouted and grabbed Uncle Yuan's arm. "Feiyang, sometimes, you have to lower your head." Qin Yuan was indifferent as he sighed. "You can lower your head to anyone, but not to it. It doesn't have the right. Do you know? Not only did it snatch Chang Shui, but it also sealed the castle again. The worst thing is that it even sealed my battle soul. And before I came back, if it wasn't for one of my subordinates self-destructing, I would have been killed by it." Qin Feiyang's eyes were burning with anger. "That's right. This piece of trash doesn't deserve to kneel to you." The white-eyed wolf roared. "It sealed the castle again and sealed the battle soul." Qin Feiyang looked at the white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang in a daze. He never thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would have such a deep grudge with the beast god. The golden small beast looked at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf and said, "It seems that you have a prejudice against Uncle Frog. So what? I've already returned to the great Qin, and you still won't let me go?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "You're still so confident. If you hadn't broken the curse on them, would Uncle Frog have come to such a small place?" The golden small beast's eyes were full of disdain. "Since you don't like such a small place, then get lost." Qin Feiyang roared. "You're getting more and more arrogant." The golden small beast's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a wisp of golden divine power swept out. It was obviously very slow, but Qin Feiyang found that he couldn't dodge it. Moreover, his body seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't move at all. Poof! The divine power entered Qin Feiyang's chest, and a blood puppet the size of a football appeared. It was penetrated from the front to the back, and blood was flowing out. So strong! Seeing this scene, Dong Zhenyang, Dan Wangkai, Yan Wei, Wang Xiaojie, Wang Yangfeng, Bai Long, and Qin Yuan were all shocked. "I've let you go time and time again. Do you really think Uncle Frog can't bear to kill you?" The golden small beast looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. "Of course, it's easy for you to kill me. But I'm not convinced. We refined the disaster-crossing heavenly pill ourselves, and we didn't ask anyone for help. What right do you have to stop us?" Qin Feiyang said angrily, and his face was almost distorted. "You still dare to be arrogant?" The golden small beast raised its eyebrows. Qin Yuan saw that the situation was not good, and he hurriedly shouted, "Lord Beast God, please show mercy, get lost." The golden small beast roared, and its voice was like thunder. It turned into an invisible sound wave, and it shook Qin Yuan until he kept vomiting blood. "Uncle Yuan," Qin Feiyang's face changed drastically, and he quickly ran to Qin Yuan's side. "Feiyang, give up. You'll never be a match for it." Qin Yuan sighed. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head, looked up at the golden small beast, and roared, "I've said it before, if you have anything, come at me, don't hurt the people around me. When you helped them break the curse, their deaths were already destined. So you can't blame me, because you're the one who caused their deaths." The golden small beast shook its head coldly, and two strands of divine power flew out, respectively towards Qin Yuan and White Dragon. Bastard! Don't go too far. The white-eyed wolf roared, and its battle soul rushed out, roaring, steal its cultivation for me. With your little strength, you want to steal Grandpa Frog's cultivation? The golden small beast's face was full of disdain, and with a swipe of its claws, the battle soul was shattered on the spot. Following closely, the two strands of divine power that flew towards Qin Yuan and White Dragon turned in the air and attacked the white-eyed wolf. White-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang roared, wanting to rescue him, but no matter what, his feet couldn't move, as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Boom! The two strands of divine power blasted the white-eyed wolf's body, and its physical body was torn apart, leaving only half of its soul. White-eyed wolf, brother wolf, everyone roared in grief, gritting their teeth. Lord Beast God, I beg you, let them go, I'm willing to accept any punishment. Qin Yuan looked at the golden small beast and pleaded. The white dragon was so scared that it stood there trembling. Even the current Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf couldn't resist in front of the beast god, let alone them. They had just broken the curse, and they were going to die. They couldn't accept it. The golden small beast looked coldly at Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf, and then looked at Qin Yuan and White Dragon. You people are really not satisfied. I'll give you the cultivation of a half-step divine lord, and give you the power to rule 2 continents. Besides, you were the ones who chose to be guardians back then. Now, you actually hate Grandpa Frog. You don't want to, right? Fine. Grandpa Frog will fulfill your wish, and at worst, Grandpa Frog will find someone else. I believe that there are plenty of people who are willing. The golden small beast waved its claws, and 2 strands of golden divine power flew towards Qin Yuan and White Dragon. At this moment, whether it was Dong Zhenyang, White Dragon, or Yen Wei and the others, they couldn't help but feel despair. Chapter 28:14. 1,000 years. Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice sounded. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Feiyang, because the one who spoke was Qin Feiyang. 1,000 years? What did that mean? Small Beast also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his face gloomy, as if he was struggling with something. Suddenly, he looked up at Small Beast and roared, "Let them go, give me 1,000 years, if I can't beat you by then, you don't have to do anything, I will self-destruct in front of you." 1,000 years? Defeat me? Small Beast was stunned. That's right. The Beast God, don't tell me you don't dare to accept the challenge of an ant like me. Qin Feiyang sneered. Ha! Small Beast laughed as if it had heard the funniest joke in the world. 1,000 years, I only need 1,000 years, and I will definitely trample you under my feet. Qin Feiyang roared. Ha! Small Beast laughed even more wildly, and tears seemed to be coming out of its eyes. You don't dare. Qin Feiyang roared. All right. Small Beast stopped laughing, and the 2 strands of divine power that were heading towards Qin Feiyang and White Dragon also stopped in the void. It then looked down at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't say 1,000 years, Daddy Frog will give you 10,000 years. It's a deal." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The longer the time, the better. But listen to Daddy Frog. If you still can't defeat Daddy Frog after 10,000 years, then not only will you die, but the entire Great Qin and Forgotten Continent will be buried with you. And the Black Tortoise Realm. In short, everything related to you will be destroyed by then. Do you dare to make such a bet? Small Beast smiled coldly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly trembled. This was no longer a gamble with his personal wealth, but with the fate of billions of living beings. What is it? Wasn't he quite awesome just now? How did he scare you? Small Beast's face was filled with disdain. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "This is obviously our personal grudge. Why do you have to involve these innocent people? This is the price." If you can afford to play, then play. If you can't afford to play, then behave yourself. Hurry up and decide. Otherwise, Qin Yuan and the others will all die. The golden small beast said indifferently. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Uncle Yuan. Qin Yuan cried out, Feiyang, don't gamble with the lives of 3 continents for me. But if I can't even save you, how can I save the living beings of the 3 continents? Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked up at the small beast and roared, I'll bet with you, but I have a condition. Awesome. The small beast laughed heartily. Sigh. Qin Yuan let out a low sigh. In order to save him, was it worth it to gamble the fate of 3 continents? The white dragon also looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression. Although it was to save Qin Yuan, it was also to save her. 3 continents, billions of living beings, this bet could be said to be universally shocking. In the entire world, perhaps only Qin Feiyang dared to agree. The golden lady looked at Qin Feiyang and said, state your condition. Qin Feiyang said, let Uncle Yuan and the white dragon continue to be the guardians of Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent. What? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Why did the small beast come? Wasn't it because they broke the curse? For all of this, they even gambled the fate of 3 continents. But now, why did Qin Feiyang want them to continue being the guardians? If he did this, wouldn't everything he did before be in vain? The small beast was also quite surprised. Obviously, it didn't expect Qin Feiyang to raise such a condition. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Qin Feiyang comforted. He looked up at the small beast and continued, but it's different this time. They should enjoy the rights of a guardian. Didn't Lord Frog already give them the cultivation of a half-step divine lord and the authority to rule 2 continents? The small beast frowned. This is considered the rights of a guardian. A true guardian should be like the fire python, controlling the power of the natural order, and can't put curses on them. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. You know quite a lot. But aren't you afraid that if you really give them the authority to control the power of the natural order, their ambitions will grow and they will bring disaster to the 2 continents? The small beast looked at him playfully. You don't have to worry about this. Since they are guardians, they should enjoy these rights. Otherwise, who would be willing? Even if someone is willing at the beginning, after a long time, they will still resent you. Today's matter will happen again. Is this what you want to see? Of course. With your strength, killing them is as easy as flipping your hand, but I believe that you don't like this kind of trouble. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The small beast was silent. Uncle Yuan, Bai Long, and the fire python, although they are in different places, they are all guardians. They should enjoy the same treatment. This is my only condition. I believe that for you, it is just a small matter. Qin Feiyang said. Ha, the small beast laughed and nodded, okay, Lord Frog will do as you say and give them the rights. After saying that, it waved its claws, and 2 rays of divine light entered Qin Yuan and Bai Long's forehead. But you have to remember that you only have 10,000 years, so work hard. In addition, I will give you 3 more days. If you are still here after 3 days, I will kill you without mercy. The small beast smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly became angry and roared, why? This is my home, and I don't even have the freedom to go home. Freedom? When you defeat Lord Frog, no one will care where you go. But now, humph. Lord Frog has the final say. The small beast's eyes flashed coldly, and it disappeared without a trace. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang looked gloomily at the place where the small beast disappeared, then quickly ran to the white-eyed wolf's divine soul and asked, Are you okay? Why don't you try? I almost lost my life. How can I be okay? The white-eyed wolf's angry voice came from the half of the divine soul. Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the white-eyed wolf to the castle. It would not take long for the white-eyed wolf to condense a divine soul and reconstruct its body. Fei Yang, you are too stupid. How can you defeat it in 10,000 years? Qin Yuan sighed helplessly. Qin Fei Yang was silent for a while, then turned to Qin Yuan and said with a smile, Uncle Yuan, don't worry. I can do it. Don't be so confident. Even if you have the time array of 1 day and 1,000 years, it will be difficult to defeat it. Because we don't know how strong it is. Dong Zhenyang shook his head. A time array of 1 day and 1,000 years. Yan Wei, Wang Xiaojie, and Wang Yangfeng were stunned when they heard this. Qin Yuan was also shocked. A time array of 1 day and 1,000 years was the legendary time array. No wonder Qin Fei Yang dared to accept it. At the beginning, he even said that he could defeat the small beast in 1,000 years. Difficult, Qin Fei Yang murmured and smiled faintly, even if it is difficult, we have to go on. Thank you. Bai Long looked at Qin Fei Yang with a face full of gratitude. No need. Even without today's incident, I will have a battle with it sooner or later. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand, then looked at the worried Qin Yuan and smiled bitterly, Uncle Yuan, can you have some confidence in me? When have I ever disappointed you? Let's talk about it later. Don't we still have 10,000 years? Think about it, a mortal's life is only a few decades. We still have 10,000 years to live. Even if I lose to it, it will be considered a gain. Qin Fei Yang added a few more words. You brat. Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled, Uncle Yuan believes in you. You can definitely do it. Thank you. Qin Fei Yang smiled gratefully and said, take a look and see if you can control the rule force. Qin Yuan looked at the sky, raised his old arm, and waved gently. Boom! A rule force suddenly descended from the sky. It can really be controlled. Yan Wei and the others were stunned. If they could control the rule force, then Qin Yuan and the White Dragon would be the true guardians in the future. Qin Fei Yang smiled and turned to the White Dragon, this harvest is not easy to come by. I hope you can make good use of it and visit the Forgotten Continent. Don't worry. I don't have any resentment now. Let's talk about it later. This is also what you fought for me. I will use the rule force to protect the Forgotten Continent. The White Dragon nodded solemnly. All right then. There are only 3 days left. Go back and spend time with Mother. Qin Fei Yang sighed. Originally, he wanted to come back and stay for a few hundred years until the hell of the Nether King ended. Unexpectedly, there were only 3 days left in the blink of an eye. Yes, I should go and spend time with her. After all, I don't know how many years I will have to wait before I can come back. Qin Yuan nodded. Then follow me to the imperial capital. Qin Fei Yang looked at Qin Yuan, his eyes full of expectation. He also wanted to have a good talk with Uncle Yuan. All right. Qin Yuan nodded and smiled. Qin Fei Yang turned to look at Dong Zhenyang and asked, now that the White Dragon's curse has been broken, do you still want to go to the ancient world? What do you think? Dong Zhenyang smiled faintly. Up to you. Qin Fei Yang smiled and looked at Wang Xiaojie, asking, how is your sister now? She has recovered a lot. Wang Xiaojie nodded. All right then, go to the Black Tortoise world now. Remember, you only have 3 days. How much you can gain in these 3 days will depend on your luck. Qin Fei Yang said. This disciple will work hard. Wang Xiaojie nodded. Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice to Dan Wangkai, later, tell Fire Lotus not to let Wang Xiaojie meet Qin Chen. Why? Dan Wangkai was suspicious. If Xiaojie knows that I am bringing Qin Chen to the ancient world, what will he do? He will definitely pester me as well. Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice. Then bring him along. Dan Wangkai thought. No. He still has his mother and sister to take care of. I won't let him die outside. Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice. All right. Dan Wangkai secretly agreed. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and sent Wang Xiaojie and Dan Wangkai to the castle. Then, Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yuanshan and Yan Wei, and laughed. I haven't had a good gathering with you guys since I came back, let's go to the imperial capital together. Alright. The two of them nodded. But when we return to the imperial capital, don't mention what happened here to anyone, especially Mother. Qin Feiyang reminded everyone. You don't need to tell us that. We know that. Everyone nodded. Because this was Qin Feiyang's personality. If there was anything, he would shoulder it himself, and he didn't want everyone to worry together with him. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Bai Long looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I will return to Forgotten Continent first, I will come to send you off the day after tomorrow. Dong Zhengyang also looked at Qin Feiyang, and laughed, I will also go to Forgotten Continent and accompany her. Up to you. Qin Feiyang laughed, and then looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan waved his hand, sweeping up Qin Feiyang and the others, and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 28:15. Do you really want to go again? After Qin Feiyang and the rest left, Bai Long turned to look at Dong Zhengyang and asked. Of course. Dong Zhengyang nodded. Why? Bai Long frowned. In the end, Qin Feiyang made this gamble of fate with the little beast in order to help you and Qin Yuan. How can I sit back and do nothing when it's related to you? We'll talk about it later. Small beast must also be dealt with. Otherwise, it will find me sooner or later. Dong Zhengyang said in a low voice. Bai Long asked, because of the Eye of Destiny? Yes. Dong Zhengyang nodded, pondered for a while, and then sighed. I'll be frank with you. People like us who have awakened the heaven-defying fighting soul are born with a mission. Even if you hide from the world, someone will come to you sooner or later. What exactly is the mission? Bai Long frowned. Dong Zhengyang looked up at the sky and muttered, the battle of destiny, the redemption of death. The battle of destiny, the redemption of death. Bai Long muttered. The white dragon murmured, completely unable to understand. The Arch Palace. Lu Qiuyu was very happy these days. She seemed to be a few years younger. Autumn Rain Restaurant. At this moment, Lu Qiuyu was sitting in the pavilion with two maids. She was making exquisite pastries. One of the maids smiled and said, Your Highness, you've been making pastries every day. How can His Highness finish them? Anyway, Feiyang will be here for a long time. Take your time. Lu Qiuyu smiled. His Highness is so lucky to have you as his mother. The two maids were envious. You're wrong. I'm so lucky to have this son. Lu Qiuyu smiled. You have such a good relationship with your son. But His Highness has been away for a few days. Why hasn't he returned? The two maids frowned. Lu Qiuyu said, he has many friends. He will definitely be away for a few days. One of the maids said unhappily, how can his friends be more important than his mother? What are you saying? How can this be compared? Lu Qiuyu was unhappy. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The maid hurriedly apologized. At home, I rely on my parents. Outside, I rely on my friends. So, whether it's family or friends, they are all equally important. The two of you are too young and haven't experienced much. Lu Qiuyu looked at the two maids and shook her head. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them giggled, as if they were not very afraid of this empress. Of course. This was related to Lu Qiuyu's personality. Even though she was the mother of a nation, she did not put on any airs, and appeared to be extremely amiable. Therefore, the maidservant by her side was not very afraid. But there was definitely reverence. After all, Lu Qiuyu was already very strong. Mother, suddenly. A laugh came from outside the garden. Lu Qiuyu looked up and saw a group of people standing at the entrance. They were Qin Feiyang, Qin Yuan, Yan Wei, and Wang Yangfeng. Lu Qiuyu saw that Qin Yuan, Yan Wei, and Wang Yangfeng were also present. She quickly put down the pastries in her hands and stood up to welcome them. Greetings, Your Highness. Yan Wei and Wang Yangfeng bowed. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. Lu Qiuyu hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile, I really didn't expect you guys to come. Yan Wei said, I just hope that Your Highness won't blame us for disturbing you. No, no. I'm only happy that everyone is here. Lu Qiuyu smiled slightly, then looked at Qin Yuan and shook her head, you are even more difficult to invite than them. All these years, I sent someone to invite you every time during the holidays, but you never came. Qin Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I've long been used to this kind of life. It's too lively and I'm not used to it. Lu Qiuyu said, then it seems that Fei Yang has the face to invite you over immediately. Qin Fei Yang looked at Qin Yuan and said, Uncle Yuan, we are all family. If you are invited to come during the holidays, just come. There's no need to be polite. Qin Yuan smiled bitterly and said, don't listen to your mother. I'm not polite. I've also come many times. I remember every time you came. In the past few hundred years, there have only been 10 times. Lu Qiuyu was dissatisfied. All right. I will definitely come often in the future. Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled. That's more like it. Go inside and sit. You too, go and tidy up. Lu Qiuyu looked at the two maids behind her and said. Yes. The two maids nodded and turned to run into the pavilion. Qin Fei Yang and the others followed Lu Qiuyu and walked slowly along the path to the pavilion. Wang Yangfeng looked around and said with a smile, outsiders will probably never think that our great Qin's Empress Dowager would actually live in such a simple place. It's good to be simple. It's steady and calm. Lu Qiuyu smiled. After entering the pavilion, everyone sat in front of the tea table and started chatting. Fei Yang, how are your brothers and sisters? Lu Qiuyu suddenly asked. Qin Fei Yang nodded and said, I went to see them this morning. They are all fine. Now, they are staying in the Black Tortoise world and don't want to come out. These insensible children. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. They are no longer children. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile. What do you mean? Lu Qiuyu was stunned. You will know in 2 days. Let's keep you in suspense for now. Qin Fei Yang chuckled. You little brat, Lu Qiuyu shook her head and said, why? Have you seen them? Yes. Qin Fei Yang nodded. Are you relieved now? Lu Qiuyu said with a smile. Yes. Seeing that they are living well, I can also roam the outside world with peace of mind. Qin Fei Yang said. Lu Qiuyu looked outside and asked suspiciously, why don't I see the wolf pup? It is about to break through, so it went to the Black Tortoise world to cultivate in seclusion. Qin Fei Yang said. Is that so? I thought it was fooling around somewhere. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Mother, you have misunderstood it. Ever since it entered the ancient world, it has been in seclusion. It is more serious and hard-working than anyone. Qin Fei Yang said. Is that so? Lu Qiuyu was surprised. All these years, without its mischievous behavior, I am still not used to it. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile. For it to cultivate in seclusion all day with its personality, it is really rare. Lu Qiuyu shook her head and smiled. Yes. However, hard work also pays off. Its strength should be stronger than mine now. Qin Fei Yang said. The stronger you become, the prouder mother will be of you. However, you can't just think about cultivation. You also have to cultivate your relationship with the mermaid princess. Women generally don't ask for much. A little care and care is enough. Lu Qiuyu said. I know. Qin Fei Yang nodded. All right then, you guys chat first. I will go to the back and cook some dishes for you guys so that you can drink a few cups at noon. Lu Qiuyu stood up and smiled. Then I will trouble mother. Qin Fei Yang chuckled. Lu Qiuyu smiled, turned around, and left with the two maids. After watching Lu Qiuyu leave, Qin Yuan turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, "You can't bear to leave, right?" And Qin Feiyang's face was full of melancholy. Only 3 days left. He wasn't ready to leave at all. Take it easy. Even if there was no small beast, you would have to leave sooner or later. Qin Yuan patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. He could only comfort himself like this. For the next 2 days, Qin Feiyang accompanied his mother without leaving her side. Lu Qiuyu was also happier day by day. As for Yan Wei, Wang Yangfeng, and Qin Yuan, when they were free, they would go to the back mountain of the Emperor Palace to drink tea, chat, and play chess with Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, Old Qin, and the others. However, happy times always passed quickly. The third day. Early morning. Qin Feiyang got up early in the morning. After washing up, he stood on the balcony of the second floor and looked up at the slowly rising sun. This was already the last day. He would leave tomorrow morning. Even if he was reluctant, he couldn't change it. This was strength. Today, in front of Small Beast, he didn't even have the right to stay at home for one more day. Crack. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, and his joints made crisp cracking sounds. If he wanted true freedom, not only did he have to defeat Small Beast and Ice Dragon, but he also had to transcend this world. In other words, he had to defeat the god of creation. The road ahead was long. You're up so early. What are you looking at? So engrossed? Lu Qiuyu stood beside Qin Feiyang without him noticing. Qin Feiyang quickly collected his thoughts, loosened his clenched fists, turned to look at Lu Qiuyu, and said with a smile, "Maybe I drank too much last night. My head hurts, so I can't sleep." Last night. He, Yan Wei, Wang Yangfeng, Uncle Yuan, Monarch Chen, Monarch Hong, Monarch Qin, Old Qin, and the others drank and chatted until midnight. He did drink a lot. Don't drink too much. Your father too. He knows you can't hold your liquor, but he keeps drinking with you. I'll go and scold him later. Lu Qiuyu said. No, no, no. Father is also happy. Besides, I can't drink with them much. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, but the last sentence was said in his heart. Yes. He was leaving tomorrow morning. How many more times could he drink? Okay, I'll go and make breakfast first. Lu Qiuyu smiled and turned to go downstairs. Qin Feiyang looked at his mother's back and couldn't help but feel sad. His mother was so happy now, but if she knew that he was leaving tomorrow, how disappointed would she be? He couldn't bear it and didn't want to ruin his mother's happy mood. Don't talk about it if you don't want to. Spend the day happily. Qin Yuan walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at Uncle Yuan and nodded with a smile. Then let's go down and have some morning tea. I like the heavenly immortal you brought back very much. Qin Yuan said with a smile. If you like it, I'll give you a few £100 later. Qin Feiyang said. A few £100? Qin Yuan was stunned. What's a few £100? I can take out a few £1,000. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. This was not a joke. Although this kind of tea grew too slowly and the leaf tips were the most tender, but after so many years, the fire lotus had accumulated a lot. After all, this 1 day and 1,000 years time array was not a joke. Chapter 28:16. Qin Feiyang and Qin Yuan sat in the pavilion. Just as they finished brewing tea, Yan Wei and Wang Yangfeng walked out. Like Qin Feiyang, the three of them had been staying in the Autumn Rain Inn for the past few days. There were many rooms in the Autumn Rain Inn, and a dozen more could stay there. However, it wasn't easy to stay in the Autumn Rain Inn. After all, this was the residence of the emperor and his wife. Morning. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. The two of them smiled and walked into the pavilion to drink tea together. I really envy you guys. Soon. The emperor also walked out in his dragon robe. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other three, he shook his head and said, "Others are also envious of you." Yan Wei smiled. "Forget it. When can I be like you guys, sitting here early in the morning and drinking tea freely? That will be enough. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go to the morning assembly first. I'll come back to accompany you guys later." After saying that, the emperor quickly left. See. The emperor, who seems to be endlessly glorious to others, also has troubles. Qin Yuan shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. Many people only see the surface. Only when he reaches this step and sits on this position can he understand the helplessness and troubles. Yan Wei said. Isn't life like this? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed them neatly on the stone table. What are you doing? Qin Yuan and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Before leaving, I have to leave something behind. Qin Feiyang smiled. The three of them looked at each other. Yan Wei stood up and sat beside Qin Feiyang, helping to grind the ink. Qin Feiyang picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink, pondered for a while, and lowered his head to copy. Qin Yuan and the other two looked at it for a while. It turned out to be a kind of pill formula. Chaos Divine Pill, Nirvana Divine Pill, etc. After a while, Qin Feiyang finally finished copying. Feiyang, your intentions are good, but have you considered that Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent don't have such medicinal ingredients? Qin Yuan said. Even if we have the herbs, we don't have a high level of alchemy fire and alchemy furnace. We won't be able to refine it. Wang Yangfeng added. I've thought about this for a long time. Later, I will give you some alchemy fire, alchemy furnace, and medicinal herbs. After I leave, I will give them to my mother. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yan Wei said, but we don't have an alchemist of that level. Take it slow. Who didn't climb up step by step? Maybe in the future, a powerful alchemist will be born by our side? Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. Uncle Yuan, please keep this pill formula for now. Qin Feiyang folded the pill recipe and handed it to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan took it in his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang, and sighed inwardly. For Great Qin, this child had already done too much. Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen often said that Qin Feiyang was Great Qin's fortune, and he deserved it. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, raised his head and looked at the pavilion. Seeing that his mother didn't appear, he lowered his head and continued to write. This wasn't a pill formula, but a letter. A farewell letter to his mother, father, and all his friends and family. Yes. He wanted to use this method to bid farewell. Because he really didn't want to see everyone's sad and tearful expressions when they saw him off. Although everyone would be sad when they saw the letter, at least he wouldn't see it with his own eyes. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, his heart would feel better. A moment later, Qin Feiyang wrote an entire page, then dried the ink, folded it, and handed it to Qin Yuan. Then, Qin Feiyang put away the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, took a sip of tea, and then looked at Qin Yuan and the other two, who all looked at him with a disappointed face, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. What are you guys doing? Didn't I just say that we have to spend the day happily? Besides, if mother sees your expressions, she will definitely be suspicious. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Yuan said helplessly, you still have the mood to comfort us. What a joke, I am someone who has seen the world, my state of mind is definitely better than yours. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. Qin Yuan and the other two looked at each other and laughed. What are you laughing at? So happy. At this moment, Lu Qiyu walked out and looked at them and asked with a smile. Nothing, we just talked about some funny topics. Qin Feiyang shook his head. All right then, come in and finish eating. Lu Qiuyu said. After breakfast. Qin Feiyang helped to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, looked at Lu Qiuyu and said, Mother, I will go out for a walk with Uncle Yuan. Okay. Lu Qiuyu nodded. Qin Feiyang then looked at Yan Wei and Wang Yangfeng, and said, You guys also have to work hard, make a trip to the Lu family, Forgotten Continent, Spirit State, and call everyone who needs to be called. Then when they ask, what should we say? The two asked secretly. Just say that it's more lively with more people, everyone has a good gathering. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The two nodded and got up to leave. Uncle Yuan, let's go too. Qin Feiyang smiled at Qin Yuan and flew towards the back of the mountain. Greetings, Your Highness. At the entrance of the back of the mountain, the Kirin army guarding outside immediately bowed. N. Qin Feiyang nodded and followed Qin Yuan straight into the back of the mountain. At this time, the back of the mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. With the 10 crystal veins and spirit veins, this place had become a holy land for cultivation. Qin Yuan said with a smile, This time you came back, you have made a great contribution again. Contribution? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Crystal veins, spirit veins, divine weapons, divine arts, aren't they all contributions? Qin Yuan said. These are all small matters. Qin Feiyang shook his head. It's a small matter for you, but for us, these divine objects are unimaginable. Qin Yuan smiled. Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, Then I'll take you to the Black Tortoise world? Okay. Qin Yuan nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two immediately appeared in the sky above the ancient castle of the Black Tortoise world. Looking at the medicine field below and the astonishing energy of the spirit veins and crystal veins, even Qin Yuan's indifferent mood couldn't help but be shocked. Although I've given out a lot of crystal veins and spirit veins, for me, it's just a drop in the ocean. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I've seen it. Qin Yuan nodded. Qin Dage. At this time, Fire Lotus flew up. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and said with a smile, Fire Lotus, let me introduce you. This old man is the Uncle Yuan that I often mention to you. Hello, Uncle Yuan. Fire Lotus bowed. Don't. Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand, because in his eyes, Fire Lotus was like an unfathomable ocean. Obviously. This was an extremely terrifying expert. Uncle Yuan, she's called Fire Lotus, a sister of mine. The heavenly immortal dew was cultivated and brewed by her alone. Qin Feiyang laughed. Qin Yuan nodded his head and looked at Fire Lotus with a smile, so the heavenly immortal dew was made by you. I had nothing to do, so I planted it for fun. I just didn't expect that Qin Dage would like it so much. Fire Lotus laughed. Planted for fun. Qin Yuan was slightly taken aback and revealed a meaningful smile. How could this kind of tea be planted for fun? It must have been carefully cultivated. It was just that there were some things that even if one saw through, one shouldn't say it out loud. Fire Lotus, go prepare some tea leaves, as well as pill fire, pill furnace, and various medicinal herbs. Don't hurt the roots of these medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus and said. Understood. Fire Lotus nodded and then looked at Qin Yuan with a smile, then Uncle Yuan, I'll go get busy first. You can do whatever you want. Alright. Qin Yuan nodded. After Fire Lotus left, Qin Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, You're good. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. Qin Yuan said, Such a good girl is actually hiding in the Black Tortoise world. Tell me honestly, when do you plan to get married? Get married? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and smiled bitterly, Uncle Yuan, when did your image become so vivid? Still pretending. Qin Yuan was unhappy. I'm not pretending. The relationship between Huo Yan and I is purely that of siblings. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Is that so? Qin Yuan frowned. Yes. Whether it's me or her, we don't have any other thoughts. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's a pity. Although I just met her, this old man really likes her. Qin Yuan shook his head regretfully and asked, then what's her cultivation like? Her cultivation? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head, it's better if you don't know. Brat, this old man has seen all kinds of things. How can you scare this old man? Qin Yuan glared at Qin Feiyang. All right. Fire Lotus is at the initial imperishable stage and has comprehended the law of time. She's a true supreme expert. Even in the ancient world, she's a top existence. Anyway, she's much stronger than me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Since she's so much stronger than you, why would she be willing to be your sister? Qin Yuan was doubtful. Is there a need to think about it? Of course it's because of my character and charm. Qin Feiyang smiled. Brat. Qin Yuan scolded with a smile. But then again, how strong was the imperishable stage? Qin Feiyang seemed to see through Uncle Yuan's doubts and explained, the imperishable stage is very strong. Above the Divine Monarch stage is the Paragon stage, above the Paragon stage is the Nine Heavens stage, and above the Nine Heavens stage is the imperishable stage. As Qin Feiyang explained, he took Qin Yuan to see the scenery of the Black Tortoise world. Looking at the vast world, Qin Yuan was extremely shocked. An independent world, he never thought that in just a few hundred years, this brat had already grown to this extent. Several days passed. The two returned to the Devil's Land, and Fire Lotus had already prepared everything and stored it in a Qian Kun ring. Several days passed in the Black Tortoise world, but it was only a moment outside. Qin Yuan carefully put away the Qian Kun ring, then looked at the ancient castle below, and then glanced at the Devil's Land, and said, this old man sensed many familiar auras. Everyone should be back. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. Let's go out. Qin Yuan smiled. Everyone was hiding in the Black Tortoise world, and he understood that, so he didn't disturb them. Fire Lotus smiled and said, Uncle Yuan, take care. Qin Yuan said, in the future, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Feiyang. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but it has always been Qin Dage taking care of me. Fire Lotus said. He can take care of you. It's good enough that he doesn't cause you trouble. Qin Yuan shook his head. Uncle Yuan, am I so unbearable? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced at the continent in front of him and said, let's go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two appeared in the sky above the back mountain again, then walked toward the deepest part of the mountain, where Emperor Hong and Emperor Qin lived.